Hello everyone and welcome back to this channel. Also a warm welcome to any new players. Today we are going to do part 6 of the play along series and we are going to play to roughly year 20 or thereabouts. I will today try to focus on showing how quickly it can go really bad if you're accepting all migrants without any discrimination, and also how you can get back control after it is lost to either famine or a tribe drowning in disrepair. Load up your games and pop up the playlist. We are likely going to need it. Right, so here we are, year 15. Let's see how our tribes are faring. We have just started tilling the wheat, I think. Indeed, we have almost done, it seems. What did we plant last time? We planted a few more, didn't we? We did. Right, so I did promise you last time, didn't I, that I was going to show you a little bit about how you can do a sort of controlled famine, and this is something I normally only do for testing purposes when I need parameters to be set or held. So it's not something I recommend anyone to do unless you have a specific agenda. Then you can do it. It might cost you dearly though, so you need to see if your tribe can actually be slimmed down without paying too much. What I mean here is, of course, the loss of people with knowledge. So yeah, of course you need to remember that when you are doing controlled famine, you are taking the weakest first, and that is often the kids and those with poor grades. If you do it by work hours, it kind of goes the same way. People go sick, they work too much, and then they die, and that also goes for the kids and for those who have poor grades. The elder will always survive a work hour controlled slimming down of the tribe, because they will just not work. It's the same with the weak ones, but you're kind of putting yourself in a position where you can lose strong people that has a lot of will and a lot of skills due to their will. So they might just leave the tribe instead of being starved to death or dying from disease. So it's not something I will recommend anyone. Most of the times it doesn't function quite the way you want it either. You can't control exactly who is dying or who is leaving. You just need to know your tribe and see how people are with regards to personality and grades, and how their will is. Because if all of them if some really good people have very high will, I tend to not do it via the work hours. I tend to do it via starvation, because the strong ones tend to survive, but you are crippling yourself a little bit. But you did want to slim it down, so if you lose children, then so be it. But it's not a fun thing to do. When you do it, have a purpose. Don't torture your tribe. If you torture your tribe without a purpose, you're evil. Actually, you're evil anyway. I'm evil. I will slim down my tribe. Well, it's either that or I have to start all over again on my testing, and I can't do that. There's just no time for it. It's a good thing they're just pixels. Yeah, I know. Anyway, are you being repaired? Yes, you are. Oh, there's one thing I'm just going to jump straight into immediately. People are asking me, when you are using the clear task, for tribe, if you then use it on, say you use on something with, do I not have any trees? There you are. If you're using it on trees, will your lumberjacks go for them? Will they go and cut them for you as part of what they would have done? They will go cut them, not because they are lumberjacks, but because you have ordered it from everyone. So fishermen will go cut, hunters will go cut, everyone will go cut. So it's nothing to do with what group they are in, because this is then now a tribe communal task. And tribe communal task means everyone who is in the work age that policies are set to will do these tasks. Yeah. Was that easily explained? Yeah. Hope so. I had some long notes laying around but I can't find them in my mess. Well, mess and mess. I have a lot of books and notebooks and stuff, and I can't seem to find them. But I'll see if I remember the questions anyway. I might remember them as I go along, because it's going to be a long video. We need to reach year 15. No, from 15 to 20. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. I still only have one storehouse, right? Because we're so small that we don't really need more. These are out though. So I guess they could probably do with a little bit. Ta-da, more spaces. So let me see. Yeah, the beans are nice. Beans are always nice. Always seem to be rich with beans. I tend to go for more wheat and beans than I go for flax and beets. But beets are such an important income after a long winter that I can't afford to not do it unless I want to rely on wild produce. And the wild produce in late winter, early spring is very, very little. So if you have a large tribe, you're not likely going to survive without adding beets as well. But of course, if you have a small tribe below 150-ish, you should be fine with just fishing a bit, hunt a few extra animals, and then just go for some mushrooms and strawberries that come fairly early in spring. Look at that. Only that one left now. They have just started, haven't they? But all these are done. It just took us, how many years did it take? I don't remember, 12 years. But then we have a dedicated free people group. If you don't have free people, if you don't play it in a way where you have any free people, then you of course will never have it done. So yeah, and I don't like using it as a tribe responsibility, because then, you know, we talked about it last time as well, you take away people that should actually go do other stuff to make sure that the trickle of resources is coming in the way or the amounts it needs to the tribe, to the camp. Okay, so now we're gonna plant. So the fences do have a limit. So if you have a huge tribe, you probably have to mix up the fence types, which types of fences you're doing. But a lot of you guys do that already, and it's quite aesthetic to look at. God, I need to change these. None of them are the same. My OCD is going haywire here. They need to be at least a little bit the same, don't they? Ah yeah, not that important. This is not for beauty. Look at the speed, they're so quick. How many people do I have? I upped it last time, didn't I? 8! Oh my god. No kidding. Oh yeah, I put this low, didn't I? Because we have so much food that needs to be eaten up. I should probably build more of those. Them pits. Let me see. 8. I could do with 4 more, couldn't I? But where am I going to put them? I can put them here. Ta-da. Let's get some speed again. Ooh la la. Okay, so those be built. I think when we reach roughly 150 or so, I'm going to take away the allocation of these and put on something else, probably produce, cultivated produce, and then instead make open feeding areas with lots of benches around. So we don't have the bottleneck of people standing in line when there's like 20 rose hips left and they're all in the same basket or the same pit. Then you're going to have 100 people standing in line the entire day. It's going to go all the way to Timbuktu with the line. So we don't want that. So that's what I do with large tribes. no matter what I'm testing, I always make sure that we don't waste so much work hours where they stand in line the entire day. If you didn't want to be sedentary, or if you didn't plan to stay more than 10 years, or even 15 for that matter, you could just build a ton of storehouses. But I don't quite know how far our read will reach with regards to time. How many storehouses can I get away with? You can see we have done really well with not wasting anything. Hello. You look lovely. So you can see there's plenty resources left. Also now when you get so much fiber from the plant fiber from the flax, you can basically have, oh oops, am I going the wrong way? You can basically have plant fiber no matter if you stay 100 or 200 years. Because as long as you have flax, as long as you are getting flax into your camp and cultivating it, you will have fiber. No question about that. You can see all the plant fiber that is in. So it is a bit of a waste. So the devs are aware and they are going to tone it down a little bit because there is no way we can ever use this up. Nobody builds 150 baskets. Come on, seriously. Or 5 million ropes. Or 1 million dryers. And for the huts, you only use ropes once. And yeah, so the maintenance material is not rope. So it's a one-time use. The tanners though are using it. I'm not sure how you guys play with regards to the tanners, but I do see some people who have like 6 tanners in a small tribe with a specific group who's doing all the tanning, and I'm like, why? Unless you are in the Mesolithic or in a very bad seed skill-wise, knowledge-wise, where you are trying to up your knowledge, I don't see the point. I go by ratio. For instance, now you can see that I have 16 and they are probably going to be wasted, some of them. What you can do is you can turn off, oops, that was the wrong one. You can turn off the leather gathering. Where did I put it? Oh, did I go past it? This one, you can take this one away if you want to, then you don't have to worry about that. Or you can lower your hunters, whatever fits you best. But yeah, I try to not assign any communal task things to any one group, except for things that is not needed, like this of course is not needed. The squircle is luxury. So, but that's just me. If you want to do it differently, you do it differently, no problem in the slightest. Just I would not do it. I would not bind down people that should normally do something else, unless it is a straggler group, for instance. Then the straggler group can take care of it. That is not a bad way to do it. But just remember that it is the straggler group only that will get the skills though. But the good thing about it is that they will rotate who is in the straggler group based on who has tasks and who is out of tasks. So it is a fairly bulletproof system as such. Right, here we go. First pack of migrants. Oh my god. I already said, oh, thank goodness she's okay. Oh, yuck. But look at her fishing. Her fishing is good. But what in the actual flip-de-doo-dah? She's clumsy. She's slow, unfriendly, and hesitant. Okay, sure. I've said I'm going to take them all. Not too bad. Yeah, good. Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Me. Oh, well, I have to be true to my words. Welcome to the tribe. So that means we need to make more sleeping spots. I am not going to do the flipping counting. I'm just going to give up on that. I'm just going to see who sleeps by the fireplace and go by that. If I see 2 people sleep by the fireplace, I'm going to build a hut. That's how I'm going to do it. I'm not going to do any mathematics. Just forget it. Look at this. Ta-da. How are we doing with that? We have 2 6 We have probably a few that's going to need repairs soon. And I should up the straw collection to 300. That's a support collection. Support collection. And yeah, oh, I already put it 350. Duh. Yeah, I don't remember this because it's like 5 days or so since I played this tribe. Been way too busy elsewhere. Way too busy. Right. Okay. So now they have done all the wheat. That means we can open it up. How are they for these? Are these done? They are. That is excellent. We can open up this as well. Now they are doing yes, doing the flax and also the peas. So flax and the peas tend to collide a bit as well. And this one is probably just finished while they started this one as well. So they do overlap a little bit. The sure way you can go about it is that you take wheat with peas because they never overlap ever. There's a complete month between them while the others start. 2 of them start the same month with tilling, and then when the month ticks, the fourth one starts tilling while the other 2 are doing planting. So you have 60 people instead of 20. No, God, my maths. You have 3 groups instead of 2 groups working, meaning more workforce for your farms instead of doing other things that is probably needed. The bigger your farm gets, the more difficult it is going to be to keep the balance. This is also why I'm so adamant that you should do things incrementally, so you don't have a big jump in things that you need to do, or a big disparity in how it was compared to how it's going to be in 5 minutes, if you know what I mean. So there is a better transition from 150 to 185 people, you know, because as your tribe grows larger, you will also get higher groups of migrants and won't get only 2, 3, 4 or even 8 like we just got. You can get up to 20 plus. So the migrant group size will follow the tribe size. So a large tribe will get large migrant groups and the small tribe will get smaller, of course. See, fences are keeping up. Good. This is the cheap and the nasty fence, and the fence that need the most repairs. The more sturdy the fence is, the longer time it takes for repairs are needed. I have an issue because I want to use my stone for monuments. I want to build stuff, but I also want to not have to lose my people constantly going to do all the fencing repairs. But I can't fit both in time. So since I'm so spoiled that I want monuments even though I don't need it, I have the cheap fences instead of using the best ones, which obviously is the stone fencing, because they take like a decade to need repairs, which is great. It's fantabulous. Okay, so you guys up there. So let's see who is sleeping out when nighttime comes. Did you see those 3 that sat like basically in each other? That was weird. You see it right behind each other. Oh, is that the daddy with the child? Oh, it looked a bit weird though. It looks so cozy when you do that. What? Oh, one poor dude is sleeping out. You will get a hut, my friend. Ta-da. And then what do we have? 147. No, we need to wait a bit. I'm not going to build before I have things more or less in the tribe. And now we have 1, 2 needing repair. Then we need to wait. You'll have to rotate with the others. So one can sleep out while you sleep in this time. See the horses loitering around, hoping for a small chance to sneak through a fence somewhere that is in disrepair. So the fences, while they are needing repairs for the first few nights or sleeps, will still be holding animals out. But if you are too slow in repairing them, if you kind of go several sleeps without the ability to repair them, then the fence is basically broken, and then animals can get in. So don't be stingy on having your sticks or whatever material you use to repair these fences plenty in camp. Have plenty. I think I have, is it 300 I have or 400? It's quite a bit. Yeah, if I can remember where they are. 250. I can probably up that now, can't I? To 300, just to be safe. Oh my goodness, no. Oh, they were small. Oh, phew. I'm whining. Whining like a baby. I don't want them. Yeah. Okay, 3 women. Oh, more babies. Oh, more babies. Yeah. It is what it is. Okay. How are we doing for logs? 27. Yep, they can still be paused. That would be great to have the Halloween decoration and then, I don't know, hang some bats and stuff and spiders and stuff. Oh, creepy as F. It is extremely tempting to just have all the food unlimited and just have thousands upon thousands coming into camp every day, or accumulating to several thousands, but it's not so smart if you want to stay long term. So we have to resist the temptation to have rosehip feasts, but I do sometimes have hazelnut feasts, I have to admit. Quite a party going on. We only lack the ale. So we're done with these, aren't we? Yeah, they should be done now. Then we can open, let people eat up. Because how many people do we have now? In Poof, we have 119. We started with, what was it, 108 this time? So now, 4, 5. That means we have 1 sleeping spot left when we open this one. Because 1 is already gone to the one that was out, and then we had 4 more. Okay, yeah, 5. So that's 5 in total, and these can take 6. See, I did maths. Because I have 5 fingers, so I can count on my hand. I'm not even kidding. Oh, dude. Oh, next thing I know, I'm going to have people knocking on my door. Lily, I'm going to teach you maths. I'm going to teach you how to spell mathematics, first of all. Oh. See, these, the devs are aware that sometimes the connection can be broken if you have an old fence going into another one. So they are going to look into that and fix that for the next patch. Because I've had a few times where I have taken away the old fencing, like I did over here. Was it over here? I did it somewhere. And the horses came in and I had to kill 2 of them, remember? And that's what made me realize, it's because I removed one of the old fencing, isn't it? So I made a report about that. Let's see, how much do we have? 2, 34, 48, and that one's going to take like 50. Okay, there's only 30 left. I can in theory build this one now. Wait, let me see if there's more. Okay, let's be brave. Go. Do it. wipe. Oh, they're quite quick on this one, aren't they? How many are they in the... Oh, it's maxed out. Okay then. See, both my straggler groups are maxed out, and this is too low because there's just nothing for them to do. You see, there's nothing for them to do. And the reason why they're still there is because there is nowhere else to go. So there. You can have 2 of them. You are a support group, aren't you? So this is main staples. So they will basically every day bring in 50 of each where they can, which is just a supplement, really. It's not needed as such, but a little bit reserves. And those hazelnuts are survivors from last winter, because now we're going into late spring. So let's see how much these are giving. I don't remember how much it is. Why do you look like you're... No, you're good. You're good. Sometimes you can't see it from far. You wonder, oh, are they planted? And you can't always trust this, because sometimes they finish it in 2 days and sometimes they take 6 days, depending on how many people they are. So if you can remember to keep a steady group where you can easily figure out if it's done or not. But the easiest thing is to just go close and see if there are sticks coming up from the ground, or just hover over it. Then you will see the sticks. You can see them. Ish. See them ish. Oh yeah, this one has a huge clay in it. And what is that here? I wonder what's there. We shall find out what is there. What do you have? Do you have a beet? That was interesting. How did you get there? Oh, you jumped all the way from here. Over there. Okay. You wanted to make new friends. That's fine. We endorse it. No, that's open. If I had farms all around, then of course the encampment would be enclosed, so that means I would not need fencing on the inside. They would have to just be taken away, or just, you know, save the materials and just take them away, so we don't have to repair them all the time. So when this one is done... Oh wait, is it done already? That means we should have 1 space open. 1 more sleep spot. So with the next group or the next baby, we are going to need more housing. That was actually super cute. I wish she would go back. Let me get a screenshot of her. That would be so adorable. She was sitting there like a little lump with flowers in her hair. She was so cute. So cute. Lots of stones, but this one takes 5,000, so we need them. Yeah, but they're quite quick, aren't they? They're not mucking about. Guess we're gonna get in the I have to pause these, otherwise it's going to be a complete waste. probably be paused as well. I can't pause them too long because I have to keep the skills alive. Ow! Rammed my hand into my microphone again. Keep doing that. I was going to say something. Yeah, when we reach roughly 150 up to 200, if we get to that, we probably are going to get to that, then I'm going to make more of these storehouses. Because I will use, if we get into trouble, I will use the wild produce to get back on track, because you can't force cultivated yield. Yield takes the time it takes, while wild produce you have in the wild, it's like the nature's larder. You can just go help yourself. Well, cultivated you have to wait whether you like it or not. So I'm going to make some bigger storage facilities, some storehouses. Well, at least the storehouses has 3 service points, so 3 people can go and help themselves at the same time. It's not going to be the same long ass line with the storehouses holding the food. Of course, the big plus as well is that it lasts like 3 times longer, at least. A lot longer. It's quite a difference. Indeed. Really pretty. Just making sure all the best quality huts are actually busy. And nobody's sleeping out in the open, that's good. Okay, so they have started to eat up whatever is almost going out there. That's good. I'm going to let them eat this. I don't care if they stand in line. They can stand in line a bit. So this is what I mean with the bottlenecks. Even now, we only have 120 people or so. And if there's only 1 or 2 pits that has any food left, then you will have these bottlenecks. But if you don't take care and not waste too much food, you will have to migrate so soon in comparison to how long you actually could stay. So it's not far now until I will take away a lot of the pits or use them for only 1 produce or whatever, so that people can go and eat from open areas instead. Just create lots of cells and then have benches around, and then they each will go to each cell. So you can have like as many as you like going for food at the same time. They will distribute the food they get fairly evenly on all the storage areas. They do that, and that's a good thing. So these are coming in now, and also these. So that is good. I'm going to close down one of them already. Let's see, this one can be closed down, I think. Or this one. I'll just do this one. Close that one down. And I can do this and this one too. So the 4 furthest ones away. This one can stay open still because it has old seeds. They do like the beets, don't they? Let's just make sure that there's nobody sleeping by the other fireplaces. You normally go to the best fireplace even though they don't go to the best huts. We still have nobody sleeping in the open, which is great, exactly what we wanted. So today I am going to activate these again. How many did I have them on? 10. And I'm going to take 2 of the fishermen as well. Yep. So we don't starve our people, can't have that. How much is there? 70. Yeah, 70 should be fine. I don't need more than 75, I think. Yep. Right? Yep. Or not even that, probably. Probably too much there as well. So I'm going to put to 62. Or that. That one has 75. That means I can just open this one. See, it didn't take long to gather wild foods. There shouldn't be any nuts yet. They will come. They will come a bit later. When it ticks over to October, that's when the nuts are ready to be harvested. So the threshers you are going to need when you have several thousand of wheat is going to be quite many, unless the devs are increasing their efficiency so that you don't need to take one by one, but you can take like a bunch of 4 to 6 in one row, and then like get 4 to 6 or 6 to 12 of the grains. Can you imagine having 500 people and 30 threshers? Imagine all the workforce you need to spend on doing it all. Gosh, it's going to take ages. Also, are those hares? Oh, they look really big. You are big. Very big. Yes, I can tell. There's a family of really big hares. So that one is normal. That one looks a bit... that one is big. That one is normal. That's a baby. How many siblings do you have? Only 2, okay. The mom is not so super productive. How many kids do hares get? I don't know, but if they're anything like rabbits, they will get like a gazillion. I never exaggerate. Probably a gazillion babies. Imagine in World War II, they used to have rabbits in the back garden in cages, raising them for meat. Basically, they are easy to keep alive. They eat little, and they quickly grow up to a size where you can defend slaughtering them and make food of them. So yeah, I have never had a rabbit though. I have had hare, so if it's the same, then I don't like it. So there's that. No, but when you're hungry, you eat. It is what it is. We were little. We lived often from of the meat that my dad and his brother caught. And they were out hunting. It was hares, venison. They didn't touch the reindeer because some of the animals we were not allowed to hunt, and you also need to do it in the right seasons. So it was the grouse, the hares, and the deer. We were not allowed to hunt reindeer, for instance, or any of the rarer ones. We couldn't touch either. But then again, I grew up in a place where you have a lot of different types of animals. I mean, we had wolves, we had bears. No, we didn't have polar bears. Polar bears are only on Svalbard. Even though it's like a stone throw away from where I lived, we did not have polar bears on the inland. The mainland, only on Svalbard. I promise. People have asked me, when I moved down to southern Norway, in my early teens, they asked me if we had Coca-Cola in northern Norway. I just wanted to say, nah, we didn't. And we also had wooden money. I just wanted to say that. And the polar bears were roaming the streets. Oh, yeah. So, a lot of different questions. If you're coming from far away, it shows that people know most about their own areas and very little about anywhere else. So that is quite normal, I'm afraid. But it's certainly fun when you know more than others, because basically you've grown up there, so you know that we do have Coca-Cola, and our money is not made of wood, and we do not have polar bears. The polar bears are not there. But polar bears are not to fiddle about with. They go for humans. They will go and seek out humans. Yeah, they are really brutal, those animals. So, diggity doinky with them. If they see a human, they will go for it. And have a feast if you can. Okay. Little hair, you can go in peace. Nobody's going to touch you. 120. Right. 90 are working. How are our thingies look? Oh yeah, he's a bit old. Oh yeah, he will last for another 14 sleeps. So roughly 3.5 months, and then he will pass. How many elder do I have? It's not too bad, is it? I would have preferred that the kids were in majority over those, but it is what it is. As long as the adults are fairly high in comparison to any of these, we are okay. It's a nice balance we have, though, isn't it? It's quite an okay balance we have. But we have the right amount of kids compared to adults, compared to elderly. Just let them do their things for a bit. Lean back and watch. Have a sip of Bailey's. Warm up. The fence looks like it's taking some beating. Maybe it's soon in need of repairs. Or my connection was poor. I probably added it afterwards instead of using a gate. Yeah, that's what I did, wasn't it? So I didn't get it to fit properly. That's me being sloppy, I guess, because I made a gate here instead, didn't I? Yup. How are you guys doing? Yeah, almost 1,000 now. And we have 2,000 stones. Another 2,000 stone. Then I can take it away from those who are gathering it and only have it on maintenance 50 for whatever we want to build that takes stones. Then we have all the monuments we can have. So that means that the free people will be free to do what? What are the free people going to do? We haven't even maxed out any of our groups, have we? Except the stragglers, of course, because they are free. And this one, yeah, that's one is stone. And I can't remember what they all are, but you are also stone, yeah. Who is it that has responsibility for this one? Oh, it's the second group, or the second one. Okay, yep, gotcha. I guess I could make some stone fences around these afterwards. Or maybe some lumber fences, logs. Logs takes 12, the log fences takes 12 logs to build. I find it so dear. Seriously, it's so expensive. You know, in comparison to how much work you need and how rare it is to have a huge amount. But you need to apply your lumberjacks in amounts to keep them going all the time. But they do take a lot longer before they need repair, but it's like 12 logs, seriously? When you compare them to the cheap fence, which is 4, and the maintenance is like 1 to 2 sticks and it's done in 20 seconds. I mean, in real life, 20 seconds, half a second here. It's quite a change. And if you have, like, say you have 150 of the logs, for each section, at least one person is going with a log, and each person can only carry one log. And when you need 6 for repairs, that means there's 6 people going to free themselves from whatever they were doing to go do only one fence, one section. Now times that with 100, 150, you will quickly be in trouble. So I am trying to let the devs know that although they do last longer, the amount of workforce that is forced to go do this is a lot larger or a lot longer gone than those who are doing the simple fences and just are gone a few seconds and going back to their chores, compared to the log fences that will take days to get done. So yeah, well, we'll see. I think the encouragement to do different types of fences is a point, of course, but we do have preferences. We do have things that we like better than others, and I don't mind having the ability to choose what I want to do, because I think the fences, although they do look different and they do require different materials and they do decay differently, there should be a bit more equal there, because not everybody's taste is the same. We should be allowed to perhaps choose what we find more aesthetically pleasing or practical, for that matter. What kind of tribe do we have? Are we super busy? Then build stone. You know, do you have time? Sure. Build the cheap ones or the wattle ones. The wattle ones are beautiful, but they take too much people away for too long a time. So you might say that, oh yeah, but it will even out because it takes so much longer before they need repair. But actually it won't, because if you have a nice trickle constantly, you won't be lacking. But if you suddenly stop doing it for several days because all your people are gone to repairs, then the trickle will stop and suddenly you will be at 0, and then you can get in a really evil circle where everything goes into disrepair. So unless you plan everything to the second, you are going to struggle, definitely. I need to get some higher numbers here, because people are going hungry now. Hey, what happened to my beets? Oh god, I'm an idiot. I forgot to lock it down, didn't I? Yeah, well, next year will be no beets. I will have to rely on wild produce. It is what it is. Let's see, do you guys... Yeah, there's no more of those either. So. They have 4 old ones. You have 6 old ones. Okay. Let's get those threshed. Then we get more seeds and bread. 7 fine sticks, yeah, it's worth it, isn't it? Now we're gonna get what we're gonna live off over winter, which are the beans. I keep saying beans, but they are peas. They look like beans, don't they, when they're in their pod? Seriously, they look like beans. Look at all the plant fiber, because the flax is producing so much plant fiber. These need repair quite often, the small fireplaces. So let's not make the same mistake. twice. Okay, so now I'm making sure that those who are supposed to store the beets are locked. But if we have not been greedy with the wild produce, we are going to be fine over winter anyway. Because now the peas are also done. So now there's going to be a lot of nuts instead. What happened to our hey, it died without leaving a sapling. That's too bad. I see more over here. I don't really have that many hazelnut trees, do I? I have the odd ones here and there. It's not too much. Hi, horse. You have a very small friend, horse. Really small. I was gonna go see if I can find more hazelnuts, but I see plenty rose hips. So these are leftovers that people haven't harvested yet. Let me see. Where are the next hazelnuts? Hazelnuts, where are you? Gosh. Well, I know there's plenty of hazelnuts. Like, if the sun shines specifically on them, maybe you can see them. Oops. Hello there. Look at them nuts. Yeah, it's more here. Is that a baby? Yeah, coming up. Yeah, good. Certainly needed on this one. Here's one and a small one as well. So it's not like I'm drowning in hazelnut trees, to be honest. It's I wish they would all leave a sapling, because then we would have a continuous supply, wouldn't we? And when the nuts go down into the ground, not all of them will come up. So we could be lucky and have like 2, and we could be unlucky and have none. All random. Gosh, was that really all I was going to have in the vicinity of my camp? Like 4 of them, 5. Saturated to make a point. Whining extra loudly. It's in the weird, oh, it's gone now. Sometimes people are lit up like they are surrounded by a white light, and objects are surrounded by white light, you know, like you have them targeted when you don't, and the light just continues. That has been in the, see that guy there, he's so, oh, it went away. What the heck, you know what I mean, right? You've seen it a ton of times yourself. It has been like that since I started playing a little over a year ago. So there's I don't know why it does that. I think the devs are aware of it, But it's just a minor thing, I think. Nothing to worry too much about. Oh, that guy only has 3 sleeps left before he is passing over to the ancestral world. I'm pretty sure I saw someone sleeping out in the open. That means we need more huts. This one needs repaired at 50, 100. Yeah. Just wait till the repairs are done, then I'm going to chuck down some more. We should put them around here, but these stones are making it a little bit odd. Just put them there anyway. Okay, and do we have 400? Sure, sure. Well, they are doing the wheat now, aren't they? There's wheat there. We still have a few sleeps before tilling time is over us. Is upon us. You like that? And of course, one at a time. So nice. Okay, so oh, we've had 2 people die. Oh yeah, old people. Yeah. So we should really up the threshers. You can see that the wheat is over halfway rotting. The wheat sheaves. So we should probably add another thresher, I think. Just try to find a space for it. It doesn't all have to be on the exact same place. Can spread it out a bit, that's fine. Fine and dandy. How are we for space to put wheat? So yeah, we got plenty of space, don't we? What are you lacking? Sticks. Where are my sticks? Why are there so few sticks? Okay, stop being supportive. Go get what you need. Damn, didn't even notice that there was so few sticks. Well, that will be rectified quickly. Okay. Oh, now I see, because there was suddenly a huge chunk that needed repairs. Of course. I should have just upped it immediately instead of waiting. Yeah, you don't need more. You're good. Yeah, they take 50 sticks, don't they? They take quite a lot of sticks. But they are all used. You can see the skeleton is quite large with the sticks. So I put these to take 150. Maybe I was a bit too greedy. So you're supposed to not rely on wild produce at all when agriculture is here, but the balancing act is not that easy to get right. So I use wild produce in small amount to subsidize when I lack something. It is normally the end winter and early spring months that tend to be a bit tricky if we don't have enough farms. So it is a lot of work for the farms, and the yield is not really always making up, because not only is it a little bit in need of balance, so they have a bit more yield for the workforce you are using, but there's also temperature that can really mess things up very badly for you. And this is something we can't control. It's just nature, isn't it? Not going to be easy to control that in the slightest. Okay, let's see, what did I put them on? 100. Yeah, okay, they can stay on 100 for a bit just to make sure that people are not starving. But why is that one going out on almost at the date again? I'm too modern. I'm way too modern. Oh, we lost our leader. Thank you for your years. And ta-da! That's a good one. I'll take that any day. Yup. Let more people work. So nobody's sleeping out. That means we have enough houses. So now I'm just waiting for a rush of migrants to come and mess up my balance to see if there comes a famine. You can always use wild produce as a sort of backup, but you can never use farms as an immediate backup because they need time. So never rely on farms for a backup system. The farms are the main system, and we have the wild produce for when the main system fails, which it will do pending temperature. So not like fail, but it's like very diminished. What happened to my people that is gathering sticks? Were they busy doing other things? What wouldn't surprise me? If there were some idiotic people or stupid people in that group and they were repairing the fences instead of getting the sticks. That also happens. See if we can find them. Which one is it? Is it this one? No, that's just a support group. It's not. Yeah, nothing wrong with those. Where's the main group? No. No. There you are. No, nothing wrong with you. But they could have changed because you see the sticks are now coming in. She's good. Yeah, she's a bit dumb. He's weak. Oh, he is weak, I mean. Bit lazy, weak. Clumsy, that also plays a huge part if you're clumsy. Yeah, no, it's not too bad. It might have been a bit of swing door effect there, because there's a reason why suddenly the amounts went down. Oh wait, did I build all of these in one go? I did, didn't I? Then I kind of had it coming. I had that coming, so now I need to make sure that I have more sticks because of that. Because now it is the other half's turn, and that's going to do exactly the same. I'll tend to these as soon as I've done the sticks, if I could just find the flipping sticks. There you go. I'm going to do 450. It won't harm to do a bit. And sticks we always have a lot of. All right. Sure. Maybe he's imbecile. That would be hilarious. No, he isn't. Are you Butterfingers? No. No Butterfingers. Are you? Oh, it's so rare to get them. No, these are okay. And I said I'm going to take him, so... Oh! Primitive hazel bows and flint spears. Sure. Sure. So a few of those. A few of those. There you go. That is all we need. But now we are going to need more huts. How much do we have? 371. Should be plenty enough. I'm going to start this one. 26. That should be just enough, shouldn't it? Or maybe one over. Let's see how many are sleeping out. Quickly find out. This guy has that light around him, and this guy. The odd lighting. How many are they? Okay, just two. Thought I saw just two, but yeah, they should have a hut anyway. If they're even one, they should have a hut. But it is far enough away so that they will always pick the best quality first. So just keep that in mind. Have the best quality, closer to where they finish off their day, whether it's socializing with family, eating, or putting down tools or whatnot. It is often the fireplace. I've noticed that they have a good distance to the fireplace as well now. Before, you sometimes had people more or less in the fireplace. They could sit very, very on top of the stones. But we don't really have that anymore, do we? I haven't seen it in a while, so they probably fixed that. So when summer comes, since I cocked off my stupid beets, I have to send out people to get beets from the wild to use to plant. Otherwise, I will never get the beet population back. Is it called beet population? I actually don't know. The beet amounts. No, I'll call it population. And as usual, we have way too much fiber. Look at the amount, 240. Come on, I can't use that up. Well, the devs are reducing it, so less waste. Well, maybe you are spending it on 5 million baskets. Let's just hope you don't run out before they have harvested more. Because then you'll be in trouble. What are you waiting for? Oh, you have nothing to do. Okay, makes sense. Well, you know, since all the groups are full, he will just stand around and scratch his you know what. A lot of roots. There's still a lot of flaxseed. They don't like the flaxseed. It's like the last resort for everyone. But everyone is still beelining for the beets. So if they hadn't loved the beets that much, I probably would have had beets still. But everyone goes for them the second they are available. You know, after 16 years, one would thought that the new generations coming would not have exactly the same taste as the parents. But apparently they do. Bad luck for me. How are you doing with the wheat? Yeah, you're done with the wheat. That is good. There's still plenty wheat seeds and they are gonna go out unless they are getting eaten. How many ovens do I have? I have 1, 2, 3 ovens. It doesn't really seem to be enough. Then again, some of these will go for planting and then hopefully the rest will be taken care of without being decayed away. Because that would not be good. We seem to have enough threshers because we reach around the year with threshing them. So we start the second they are in camp and then they do, the people are doing bit by bit. So it seems to be enough with the threshers at the moment. So it seems that the flour is piling up and decaying away. So does that mean that my people are way too busy? Or does it mean that there are too few ovens? Now that's a good one. No, it means that my people are too busy. I keep my people so busy, it's a bit silly. What you can do if you have this almost that problem is that you assign the ovens to a support group. You can do that. I prefer not to though. Maybe I'll do it this time. I have another support group. This group is also a support group. So I'll just do that and I could assign 2 of them to them because they will do it all the time then. But then we need to pay attention to the wheat grains going because it is efficient, but you are locking people. You are locking people to do a specific chore only. That's not always fantastic. It means also that my other groups might lose a few people to this group because the task is very close and everyone can do it, meaning that the system picks also closest task and best viability for it. So there's a little bit of a two-edged sword in this efficiency. You need to keep an eye on that. So if you see anything is suffering because of this, you need to calm down on it. Oh, this is they're finishing the wheat. That's what it is. My brain still hasn't computed that the entirety of this is now wheat instead of half wheat and half beets. Gonna need a few rounds before my brain remembers it. Yup. Oh, we lost some bushes over winter. It happens, I'm afraid. So is this one done? Yeah. All the huts are up. That is needed to be up. So the only unhappy faces you should have now is of people that has a bad grade. You can see this guy, this one is the one doing it. It's the indecisive grade that does it. You can also see his thought bubble is I feel exploited, reduced labor time. Sorry Bubbles, ain't gonna happen. They're up to par again with the sticks. So it's going to be a new dance when all of these are going. Because I did all in one go, didn't I? because they're so easy, but you need to remember to keep the materials needed in as well, and not only for some of it, especially when you're building new stuff, because the big straw huts take how much is it? 50. Yeah, the 50 is a lot of fences fixed. If you consider that the fences need only 1 or 2 sticks per section to be repaired, so it makes sense that if you're going to build huts at the same time as you are having these fences needing repairs, something will lack unless you change the income of the material that is needed. So I think I'm pretty safe now with what I have, and just make sure that the sticks are fairly high in the camp before I start placing down more huts, or take off pause the last one, because 50 is 50 and it's a lot of repair material for the fences, the fencing that I have. How are we going with this one though? 1274, yeah. Slowly but surely. Another question I've had is, you know, when you chop down trees, the lumberjack chop down trees, then the stubs are always left behind, and they want to know if these stubs sometimes turn into honey tree trunks, and they actually do. Some of them can turn into tree trunks for bees. So, good guess, good question. So if you see a lot of tree trunks around, and you don't really need to chop them away for whatever reason, then just leave them, because some of them could develop into honey trunks. Trunks with beehives in it. Oh, hello. More migrants. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, am I? I'm looking for imbecile and butterfingers. Gosh. Okay. Not too bad. She has a lot of skills, even though she's is it hesitant? Indecisive, yeah. It's quite a high one. What's her will? Oh, her will is super low. She will never leave. She'll stay forever. She will sing her songs of complaints, but she will never leave. Well, it's not like I'm driving them hard, is it? The labor time is default. Can you imagine back in either Mesolithic or the Neolithic, people are complaining about, no, I don't want 8-hour workday. Really? They work from dusk to dawn. Come on. Come on. But I'm sure there were plenty who maybe had the trait or the attitude that they didn't want to work that much and stuff like that. I mean, we have it today as well. It's normal. It's completely normal. Doesn't mean we should get into it, right? Can't do that all the time. Okay, so soon the beets will be in season. Because we desperately need to get those. Oh, can't believe I forgot to lock my overflow storage while the main one was being repaired. Yeah, look is telling I can't get any beads. I can't have any sewing going. Man. Okay, Let's see. Oh, these are all locked. I just need to make sure that I've forgotten something else as well. So it's not so critical with the projects that are not so popular. For instance, the flax. I haven't had to close it down even once, have I? Because nobody really wants it. But you can see that it is more efficient. It is a lot more efficient when you have a very busy tribe, when you keep your tribe really busy, then it is more efficient to have people assigned to do, for instance, these, at least intermittently. You don't always have to have them assigned. Or you can do it if your wheat is about to go out, to be decayed away, and if you have planted, finished both your fields, if you have only 2 that is, or all your fields, then to get it used up and then transformed to bread is a good way to do it. But if you don't have the straggler groups like I do, if you have 3 people, then it's absolutely zero need to assign it to anyone. Absolutely none whatsoever. It is not a plus if you do it then, it's actually a minus, because then you are taking people from perhaps other groups rather than 3 people, because it also is pending viability and skills. So remember that. Remember, because it is food processing. Let's see how people's skills are doing. She's insane. Look at all that. Look at all her skills. How far she's gotten in all her skills. But he's young, so... Is she an immigrant? Because her skills are not very good. Well, she is good on fishing. But maybe she's done fishing on her life. That's probably it. Oh, he's good. You can see the crafters seem to be very versatile. They seem to be doing a lot of mundane chores as well as the crafting. Okay, I expected her to have all these skills because she is, after all, able. She's an able-bodied person. Considering that she's just a gatherer, almost said. She's probably out gathering food and whatnot. She's gathering stones. And also building the monument. So yeah, he's big, pretty big. That means his fitness is high as well. 108. Yeah, he's okay. Oh, she's been active with the food processing, hasn't she? Everybody has food processing because they have so many items, so many objects that need food processing. I'm surprised he didn't have more. Because he does have smart, so he should be able to learn more than 5 perhaps. Maybe I'm demanding too much. What are you? You are clumsy. But you are young, so you'll learn. And this guy as well. Well, he is clumsy. Could be a reason. He's done a lot of farming though. He is in a farming group, so it makes sense that he has mostly farming skills. What are you? Friend course, you are a support group. So I see you have done a little bit of weaving and a little bit of woodworks. But he's doing a lot of the mundane chores, you can see by tanning and food processing, and also of course repairing the huts and building the houses. Oh, she's defo in a food gathering group because she has food processing a lot. Yeah, definitely in a food gathering group. It's nice to see. I've had one with, I think it was 9 skills, 9 knowledges, and it was insane. That was insane. She was fantastic. She had so many greens. No reds, all greens. Not too many of those. So I can open these up, let people use them up. So what are they doing now? They should be tilling. Yeah, they are tilling. And planting. Did it tip over? It did. 1st of April. That means that everyone is almost done. You see the sticks to know for sure that they're done. Yeah, I know the beetroots are judging me. The fields are judging me. Oh no. I'm sorry, I forgot to close it. Come on. It's an honest mistake. Still, people are happy, they are dancing, they have no angry face unless they are having a poor grade, which is, yeah, which tend to be the reason. You can have a little this as well. It's no big deal, just don't mess around too much with your policies. The only thing you really have a free rein on without basically killing off your people or making them unhappy is labor age. Seriously. Always have it as high as possible, because I find that more congruent. Everyone, no matter age, had a task back then. Nobody could afford family members just because they were elder or younger to sit on their bums doing nothing. There was always a task for absolutely everyone, no matter age. So there. Oh, it's 15 now. They're hurrying up. Well, let's use the last grains before they are wasted. We don't have hail yet. We have heavy snow, heavy rain and fog. We have fog. I love the fog. But we do not have hail. That might come though, because hail is cool. So year 16 now, we need to be good at getting in plenty beetroots. I basically need to put everyone on beetroot duty as soon as summer ticks in and they go into season. Because I can't do with only 10, you know. I can't do with only 15. I need at least 50-ish. I need 50-ish. Perhaps I can get away with a little bit less. But I do have two fully maxed out farms that needs to be planted with the beetroots. So I'm gonna assign it to absolutely everyone. I think we only assigned it to a few at the start when I saw it. So yeah, you and you and oh yeah, I've taken away the these two because I want them to be left alone for a bit to reseed and become a larger amount. So yeah, and no, I'm not going to put them on you. I did put them on you because you were also a support group and you are a support group. Note on you not on you. Okay, so have it on 3-4 of them. That should be enough. Otherwise, it's all hands to the deck to get 50 beetroot, because they are out there. It's not like they are not out there, but you need to remember, the more tasks you are given a group, the less of each they will come home with, because they do divide themselves on the work hours, and then they divide themselves on the tasks that you have given them. And the system tends to give them the closest tasks, and then the workers also go to those tasks that are not closest but that they haven't gathered yet. So it is working really well with regards to delegating people to get a bit of everything instead of a lot of one thing. So that is an excellent system. Probably couldn't have been done anything better, because it also takes into account skills. It takes into account vicinity. So there's a lot to be said about this system, and I find them all to be positive. I forgot about these two. So that kind of means that the wheat will be threshed quicker. Have they used all the... they have. Excellent. So now that that is done, I'm going to take off these two and make them tribe responsibility. It was these two, wasn't it? I'll do this one as well, just in case it was this one. So there you go. Now we should have, under production, we should have 3 of those. And we do. Good, good. Goody, goody, good. If I wanted support groups only to take care of these, I could lower the amount of people I allow into the support groups, because then they will be properly free to do mundane chores. Because as long as they are in labor age that you have set in your policies, they will do mundane chores or jump into any group that is having a spot available. And also, like we all know, if anyone who is free outside of a group has better skills, they can push out someone with lower skills. They don't always do that though, but it does happen. So this is why we get sometimes that they are arguing about the space, and you have this insane yo-yo effect. For a few seconds before it calms down, they have decided who's best for the job. Okay, how many are we now? We're 138. Oh my goodness. In 1 year, we have increased by, is it 30? We started with 108 at year 15. Flipping heck, I'm not sure I can do this till year 20. This is why we have, oh, she's nice. Look at her. Dang, dude. So this is why we have Baileys, to help us on the task. Just saying. Baileys and coffee is fantastic. It soothes the nerves. I could really have used it when I did the 300 challenge back way before we got agriculture. Played, I don't remember how many years, but I had 300 population when I stopped, and then I kept playing to test out some starvation stuff. And I gave up on 400 and something, I think, because it was impossible to play. It was just impossible. Could not feed people. I could stay 1 day in the same locality, and then I had to move because all food was gone. And the workforce could not get home enough to cover 2 meals. It's ridiculous. But of course now with agriculture, we should be able to sustain a few hundred at least long term, and not only like over a year, but I mean decades and even century. But maybe we have to take it a bit with salt, because we still need to wait for trading to get some of the critical materials that will not reproduce or come back in the amounts that we need when we are very large. So at the moment on testing, I'm playing between 300 and 400 to see how it is to play sedentary long term with that high amount of population. And it is not easy, but then again, if you look at the statistics, which are numbers by the way, only numbers, not always written in stone, it was not uncommon to be roughly 500 per village in the Neolithic, but some of course were smaller. Some of them were only like having a few families, and others were larger. So any size is acceptable and congruent. So yeah. But I think soft cap will be between 300 and perhaps 250, 300. If you play it right, you can probably play it to 400 as well. 500 is going to be tricky without migrating on a regular basis. I have yet to manage 20 years with 500 people. I have managed 7 with 500 people, and that's the longest. But I have managed 27 with 350 and 400. So it is possible to do. You are also so depending on your seed. You could get a seed where you have like tons of hazelnut, but very small amounts of rose hips and a minuscule amount of anything that is non-staple. Or you could be really lucky and get a good seed of absolutely everything. Now that is just so rare. So rare that I think I've had it like a handful of times the entire year I've been playing, and I've been playing a lot. I have many hours under my belt. It does happen. It can happen. So now we're gonna have people sleeping out, right? Let's have a look when nighttime comes. I'm sure of it. Was it 4 we had? Was it 4 or 5 that came? Well, we'll see. Oh, look how sweet they are with the flower crowns. So the Mesolithic have face paints and small body tattoos and stuff like that, while Neolithic has the flower crowns, because it was more normal to use these kinds of ornate things in Mesolithic, such as the body paint and the tattoos, than it was in Neolithic. But it's still plenty. I have nobody sleeping out. Dang. But it was still plenty people today. Plenty cultures who are using face paint and tattoos still. The Maori, for instance, is New Zealand. Is it Maori? It looked really cool, actually. A bit scary. The headhunters in Borneo, they also have these chicken bones through their noses. That looked painful. I mean, really? Yep. That's how we do it. Showing off accomplishments by wearing trophies from their prey or enemy or whatever, defeated enemy. Okay, so it is tomorrow. It's going to tip over to be hopefully, let me see, is it going to be first? Yeah, it's July. That means that these little ones are going to be in season, and so everyone will go get them. As you can see, we have all the materials that we are supposed to have for the normal ones, like sticks and straw and reed. They are all in the amount they should be. So that means people coming home with beads, please come home with 50. So I can't remember if I told you, but the new way of checking what people have, you have to go look in their inventory. It will not show in the resource panels until they have been placed in the camp. So we have 6 in camp, but we could have 40 out in people's inventory. So just remember that. It's not like people are not doing anything, it's that they need to come home with it first, and they could sometimes walk very far, depending on how far away the resources are. I'm a little bit surprised I only got 7. Alright, let me see when they come home. Let us see if it's at least 20. That would be great. No. No. Only 7, okay. Let's make sure everything is locked down. Well, it is year 16 and people have been harvesting them, so they haven't really had a chance to regrow and stuff like that. But there's plenty here to take. Can you see? There's plenty of them to take still. And they also have different times where they are mature enough to be plucked. so there will be a nice trickle for several weeks. So I'm not too worried. I just had hoped there will be more in the wild that is not coming from any resources that I have cultivated before. Yeah, here you go. More and more are getting matured out in the wild as well. I think we might get 50 because I've put basically everyone on it. Everyone is on the task, or at least part of the task. Slowly going up. We need all of it. We really do. I'm actually going to take these away, but these should not be in season. And then I'm going to put those to whatever's not in season, but that means they won't be filled. But that means that when I do that, those bees that are in these two will be carried over to this one and then hence last longer. So I'm doing that, and when that is done, I'll put them back to beets. So this is a sure way to do it, guys. If you want to get rid of stuff in your pits and whatnot, place a produce that is not in season, and then they will empty it. You can also deassign, deselect whatever is there. You don't have to put anything else. You can either open the selection panel, or you just click that one. You click what it is on it, and it also opens it. Right, so now we have 40. Oh, I was too early, wasn't I? I'm going to deselect. Let's see if they take them out. I actually can't remember if they do that. They should. But let's see what they're doing. The smoke sometimes look a bit greenish. Not now, but sometimes it looks a bit green. Let me see what you guys are doing. Yeah, they did. They did exactly that. Good, good. So you don't necessarily have to put a produce on it. You just deselect. These will soon be... No, we already have enough. I think it's between 20, 25, maybe 30-ish. If you're using tools. If you're not using tools, it is always more. I've had them waste away over 20, 25 seeds. Half the amount. Twice the amount. Because you use like roughly 25 to 30 when you have a tool. And then roughly half as much when you don't. So you're easily up to 50 seed per maxed out farm if you don't have enough tools. Flax is coming in. See, I'll lock this one. This should still be, or maybe maybe I'm out of season now. Yeah, because it's now August. You have it for roughly 1 month, and then it's gone. Oh, these should have it all the time because they do all the non-staples. I'll take it away on the others. So these are empty because they are 0 priority. They are going over to the farmers. Okay. I should probably take down these now. Or maybe I said a little bit too early. Because we still haven't gotten enough farms to go all year around. So when they're done here now, I'm going to place down even more and see. Because we suddenly have, is it like 40 more people? We have a lot more people, like 40 more people, or 36 more people than we had last time. And that is 36 times 2 per day, which is 72, and that's like 100 meal every day. So that quickly adds up, doesn't it? There you go. I'll do this one as well, just in case. It's not like I think they will eat up all the flax, but you never know. You never know. What are my fishermen doing? They are only 2. They can stay 2. 2 is fine. It's a nice trickle. Now we're doing for logs. Are we going low on logs? No, they're 15. Yeah, let's use those up. You can see they are decaying away. Lovely flax. Getting there. Okay, so that was the flax done. Yeah. The peas still have a way to go. They will not be ready yet, so I could, in theory, give them more work. Because they will not be hampering their original work. So if I do, what if I go this way? Yeah, I think I should go this way. No. Really? I always assume it's on the square. I'm sure I'm not the only one doing that. I can't be the only one. Okay, so you're going to do 1 flax and you are going to do 1 wheat. Oh, that's very close to... yeah, a bit too close. Yeah, I'm going to take that away. I think I'm taking this one as well. Have it further away. There you go. So one will be beets and one will be wheat, because they can both be together, because they're so far apart that you don't need them for both at the same time. Ta-da! And of course we need to add fencing. Just hope I don't reach the limit. We might reach the limit, guys, on how many fences we can have of the same type, and then we need to swap type. It makes sense that there are limits, right? You can't have 5 million of the same. I mean, what kind of system could do that? Let's see. How's that? Yeah. Ta-da. So now the P group, sounded odd, the P's group would have plenty to do. I also might consider now to build more storehouses, maybe. But I am going to do something that I said I was going to do, and I'm going to do it over here because it seems to be some lovely space here to do it. It doesn't have to be huge, you just have to do the job. So these are going to be where some of the staples are going. And I'm going to have the same on several. So people can just go to the open area and help themselves. There might be a little bit of waste depending when or how much they're getting. If it's colliding with, you know, with the cultivated produce coming in, which it is going to be collision there. But then you can just take down the amount that you take in, then you have less waste. But this is, we need those. And when the tribe is over 200, I'm going to make a storehouse for nuts and for rose hips, because then they will have to last over winter if some of the yield fails in any of the farms. There needs to be a support system. You have to have a support system, otherwise you are staring at famine. There is no doubt about it. I have done it a million times. I'm not even exaggerating. Whenever there is a bad balance, there is famine. Whenever there is a failed farm yield, there will be a famine. So unless you have wild produce to fall back on, you will basically lose people. I have one sleeping out. Okay, she's newly let out from her mom's sling, and she's small, very small, but it's only -3. Okay, but she is friendly, smart, and robust. That is nice. So the robust negates the small, because you can see the fitness, which is -3 on small. If you take away the 3, then you are still at 11 plus fitness. So balance is important here, and the combination of what they have of traits and grades. Right. It's almost time to take away these and only use these down here. I'm going to place benches there as well. No, I should have the long on that side and the short ones on the short side, shouldn't I? Ta-da! Oh, this one is closed. Ta-da! Why are there so many rose hips? Okay, so I put it on 150, so that means they all went 150, and then since they are all out and about and don't communicate, they will come home with a little bit more. So that's why there's a bit more than there should be. But we do need to have enough food over winter and the spring, or we could be looking at the famine. now down to 40 elderly, which is great. It was 55, wasn't it? I had quite a bit of elderly at one point. So they have fallen off one by one. The children amount is still good, and pregnancies are still fairly equally rolling in. Now all the peas are being done as well. This is going to help a lot for next season, and I am going to place down more. See, what do you have? You have 2 of those. I'm going to give you another another one with peas, and I'm going to give you another one with wheat. And what about you guys? You're okay with what you have? You could probably have another one with wheat, but it might be fairly overproducing, so I'll just hang in there. But you are for sure getting another one with peas and another one and one with wheat. So I juggle around my groups a lot, and that goes for the farmers as well. There are times where I make sure that these do different things as well, but it depends on how they work together, how they work, how well it is, how it's going for the tribe. Do I need it? And what exactly do I need and stuff like that. And then there's no doubt you have to have beets to help out at the end of spring or end of winter, start spring, when there's basically no wild produce to rely on whatsoever, and you've had to clamp down on your cultivated produce because they are going too low, so you need to save the seeds for when you're planting. So this is still a balancing act that you need to do year by year, unless you are completely overproducing the cultivated food, which you can do. You can get away with that. I mean, it's cultivated food, it's not really waste then, is it? Because you're not taking it from the wild. The problem here is, though, that you cannot stay sedentary if you keep doing that, because your people will grow in amounts, and in the end you won't have enough workforce to fill the farms that need to be filled with regards to workforce and the produce. So it's a bit of you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot if your plan is to have a long-term sedentary lifestyle. That won't happen if you are wasting your workforce on farms that need not have it. And also there is a soft cap, so the soft cap is also pending seed. So even if you have 200 population, you might not manage to stay sedentary because the produce is not good enough where you are. Just like in real life. Yeah, we still have people sleeping out, so I'm gonna add more. 309 and 8. Have they just repaired the dryers, perhaps? Yeah, he's crafting ropes. Yeah, I can just open this one up. If they have to wait for one rope, then that's fine. Okie dokie. Yes, although now there's 3 out in the open, so it's about time I get the last hot up. So there. So it's not a bad idea to rely a bit on the wild produce to start with, because you do have quite a bit. I mean, if you are playing a little bit safe with regards to the amounts of wild produce you're bringing home the first decade or so, you can get away for another 5, 10 or even 15 years with relying on wild produce until you are until you're actually managing to find a good balance of yield versus your workforce. But this is a constant work in progress. It is not like you can say year 10, okay, now I have what I need, because you need to change with your population, don't you? And we have exceeded the speed of what I like to get a population to grow with, because we've had like perhaps over 40 now, well over 40 migrants, and this is definitely impacting the production, because you need a lot more food, but you of course have a more workforce, although not all of them will be working, because some were young ones and some were elder. So the elder will quickly grow to a point where they will no longer work. And it also, you see that my leader is getting older. She's 67 now. So she's clamping down on the labor age, because she feels that, oh, I'm too tired of this. So she's telling the tribe, we can't have it like this, we need to be resting more at our age. So that's why she put it down to that, and no amount of arguing from us will change it. How many of these are 66, because that means I can open these. I don't need, what are you guys? You're 84, you're plenty as well, and you are of course full. I can open you, but you guys, oh, I see, because this one needed repairs. So this time I didn't forget to close down my overflow areas, but I will take them back to here so that they will last for sure and not start rotting away with me staring at them. I remember when I started testing agriculture, and I only had the pits to start with, because I didn't have enough skills to do the storehouse, and I stared at the beets as they one by one rotted away before planting season started, and I was like, how in the heck are we going to do this? So then the devs changed the decay time so that they can last through the entire winter until planting season. So that is that was very needed. Very, very needed. You can go back to those. And since they are empty, you can just close them, because it's not going to come in anymore, is there? I find that beets are more work than they are actually doing anything good as such most of the time, because it's like 2 sleeps and they are gone, because they are kind of the only proper food they have end winter, unless you are mass fishing and hunting, and I don't like to do mass hunting. So yeah, so there you can see that the trickle is quite nice. We probably had a few of the bigger animals die from old age, which is why we have so much meat, because the age grown horse is 50 meat, seriously. And if you've never hunted them in 16 years, you should have a nice a few flocks roaming around your area. But of course, if there is crisis, if I see that famine actually is incoming, I will up my hunters and I will up my fishermen, and that's just where we have to rely on the wild produce, because it's still considered wild produce, isn't it? Although it's a sort of domestication, I guess, that we are not hunting them on purpose because we're going to let nature take its course. So it's kind of like, I find it smart and quite rewarding actually, because it's nice to see the huge flocks roaming around in your areas. I've never had big flock of dogs, because they don't get many puppies, and the biggest I've had is a flock of 12, I think. I think that's the absolute biggest, or maybe I'm exaggerating, but maybe 8, between 8 and 12 is the biggest flock of pets, well, they are pets, of dogs that I've ever had. If we ever get cats in this game, the cats are going to take a sleeping spot in here. I'm sure of it. 100% sure cats are going to take a sleeping spot. They have been served since the dawn of man by one population or another. We are well trained by the cats, aren't we? How are you doing? Oh, getting there. Oh, almost halfway. Lacking a bit over half of what is left. Stones. Yep. Yeah, there's no more rose hips now because they're out of season. You can see they're coming home with rose hips that's almost rotted through. Because it's so late in the season. We're tipping over to January and that's when it's going to be complete stop. So this is a support group doing these, so they can do both. That's fine. So this storehouse needs repair at a very, very precarious time. It needs repair when I definitely need to save my seeds. You know, if I just needed repair when you were doing the harvesting, I could have gotten away with forgetting to close down one of the overflow storages, because then they would start to put them back into the storehouse as soon as they've been repaired. Considering that you always have mats in the material, you always have the material you need in the camp to repair everything. At least I do. I'm not sure if everyone has the same methodology as me there, but this is how I like to do it. Doesn't mean that it's the only way. Each way that works is a way that works. So I might have been a bit unlucky about when I planted this. I planted the storehouse, when I built the storehouse. So keep that in mind, guys. Learn from my mistakes. Try to place the storehouse around harvest time, because then you are more likely to get away with forgetting to save the seeds in an overflow storage area. Because yeah, it's roughly once per year or so, or perhaps a bit later that they need repairs. But you can figure that out. You can easily figure that out, even though I feel you don't have to. What's that? Is that 10 piece? Okay, so are these full? No, they're just flipping. Oh no, there's no flipping piece over here. Really? Well, I want them to fill the storage areas as soon as people are helping themselves. But they should go for these first, though, to be honest. Or I could add a few just for the sake of tidiness, so they're not like everywhere floating around. I can hear the flies. Damn, I can hear the flies. So now they will place the beans there. I will forever call them beans, but they are peas. Lily, come on. Come on. And we should probably have one for the flax, because flax also is eaten slowly. I don't think we need it for anything else. So they're a little bit more tidy, isn't it? Shall we give them a bench as well? How is our... yeah, 16. Let's give them a little bench. What size are stones? It is. Then we can go here. Can't we? Ta-da. Ta-da. There you go. A little bit tidy. The things that are eaten up quickly, you don't necessarily need a storage area for. Storage area, for me, is preservation. But also, of course, oh, fog. But also, of course, oh, snow, thunder, thunder, snow. Oh, with the moon! Oh my god, this is beautiful! Wow, that looks so awesome. Dude. And suddenly it's dark. Suddenly it's super dark. Yeah, and also for aesthetics and for you know, diversity in the tribe, it looks better, etc., etc. And but I also think that when you have food that is being eaten up immediately, you don't really need a storage facility. If you have a storage area and place a few benches around or have it around houses, people will go and sit in the houses because they actually do like that now in the Neolithic. You know? So, yeah, we don't have to have it if people are eating up food quickly. So we've had minus degrees. This could mean we might have a bad year. So we need to prepare that we might look at a famine, and then we need to be proactive and avoid it. We have to work on the avoidance of famine. Because this is what I mean, that you could have 1 year good and 1 year really bad. Check the temperatures. What are the conditions? If they are a bit bob, if they go into minus, you are likely going to have some of the crop produce less. So be aware of that. So when you are high up north in Norway, for instance, or high up north in Europe, in, for instance, Norway, you will have less yield. It goes without saying, because the winters there can be brutal. Trust me, I grew up in northern Norway. I know how brutal they can be. We went to school in minus 40 degrees. We drove around in snowstorms. We are polar bears. It's just the way it is. Here in England, if there falls 1 millimeter of snow on the ground, the country halts to a flipping stop. You know, I couldn't believe it the first time I saw it. Nobody is driving. People are not going to work because they look out their window and say, oh, it's snowing. And then they just say, I'm not coming to work. It's snowing. Are you serious? Are you serious? I mean, are there any other countries who do it like this? The second there's snow on the ground, they don't go to work. They don't go to school. They don't do anything. That is just... I haven't seen anything like it. You know? In Norway, you have, in order to get your license, you need to do snow driving and you need to do ice driving training. So, and you also need to do nighttime driving training. Because if you are in northern Norway, there are months of the year where you only have a few hours light. So there's that. So yeah, so that was a bit of a culture shock. So yeah, we drive in snowstorms. We drive with very high snow. Because we have studs on our tires and stuff, and some have chains. But the secret of surviving driving on snow and ice with studs is that you are driving on snow and ice like you didn't have studs. So keep that in mind if you're going to a country where you need studs in your tires. Drive like you don't have them. That's all there is to it. And you really should do some practice on ice driving and snow driving, seriously. And you have to repeat it after you've gotten your license. After 2 years, you need to do it all over again to make sure that you're up to date and you know, you still have the technique right, because you need to do right with your car as well, depending on your situation. Some people think that chocking the brakes is going to do the trick, but that is the last thing you should do. The very last thing. I don't know why we're talking about this. Oh, we're talking about this because temperatures went down so far that we had snow and minus. Yeah, that's why. This is how I can go off a tangent. Seriously, I can just go off and talk about something completely else that fell into my mind as I'm talking about something that is similar. Yeah, a wandering mind. It is what it is. I keep seeing these different sizes. I need to not let it bother me. I'm not sure I'm winning. Did we have a few slipping out? We did, didn't we? So I need to make more Okay, so I guess I should start to branch out here, around here instead. What do you think? Yeah? So, let's just start over here. We don't need more of these yet. We are likely going to build more if we get closer to 200 or so. But see, I don't want to take that bush because that's a food bush. I'm going to go to the side of it. And the fireplace. Okay, so building one at a time. So there. Okay. Oh, speed. Speed. Okay, so we have enough beats. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness for that. But I kind of sent out basically the majority of my groups to get those 57. It just shows how little there are in some areas, how the seed is really trolling you at times. Because when you land, you have the random amounts of things that can produce fruits and food for you. And then you will have the dissemination that comes later in the years. Like, for instance, if you come to a place where there are no hazelnuts, you're thinking, that's not right. There should be hazelnuts here. I guarantee you they are in the ground growing, and it will take years before they come. It is annoying, but it is congruent. It's like building knowledge in 10k BC, the miso. It is slow and tedious, but congruent. So we can't argue, can we? We can, however, we have the option of manipulating the game. We have the option of teasing the game by spamming things we want and work towards it ourselves. It is slower, but it is possible. So do not despair. If you think it's tedious, just tease the game. You are allowed to. There is nobody supervising us. We can do as we like. I promise. God, what if there was an admin always following us, like paying attention to what we were doing, like a system or something? If we cheese the game, like pause the game and said, "What are you doing, Lily?" Now, what scared the crap out of me? I would be so terrified. I'm like, dude, that's the creepiest shit ever. It's a little bit like World of Warcraft. You had the game masters. Suddenly they were in your whisper, or suddenly they were in your group or in your game, you know, in your dungeon. They were so hilarious back in the day. The employers, those who worked as game masters, were so fun to be with or to talk with back in the day. But now there's so little of them. So yeah. Let me see. You are done? Okay, that means that these two can stay on pause because we only had, was it 3 that we had out? Let's see the count now. We are 142. So that means there will be a few leftover spots in one of the huts. So this one is furthest away, so this one is likely going to have a... No, never mind. Oh gosh. I know I said I was going to accept all migrants, but this is getting ridiculous. Come on. We had like 5 groups in 1 year, no, 2 years now. Oh, they are many as well. Okay, not too bad so far. Maybe he has imbecile. No, just clumsy. Can I have a butterfinger, please? Can I please have one? Witty please. No, they're just so rare, aren't they? They are the 3rd negative grade. So they will be extremely rare. These are not too bad, but I have said I'm going to take them to show you how we can quickly get up to par. I'm going to have a famine, you do know that. I'm going to have a severe famine. It's too much to have in one go. Oh my god. I need to get going with okay, I added 2, didn't I? Oh, I almost forgot I did that. Okay, so these two might save our butts. But then, for the next harvest season, when that is over, I have to get down at least 2 or even more. At least, seriously, I'm not even kidding. We're gonna starve. We're gonna have to fish up and hunt up whatever there is. Okay, there are no boars there, is there? Let me see. No boars. But they will still go and strip and stuff, I think. Actually, I can't remember. But anyway, there are gathering groups who has the stripping task, and they will get everything except the bones. They will not get bones. You have to do bones on your own in a different group. Where are my bones, by the way? Oh, there they are, 22. Okay. Right. 600 of those, that'll do it. I don't need more than that. I will probably calm down on these as well, because I don't have... Actually, this is going to stay there. And that one is going to stay there. You're going to stay there. No, you don't have a break on you. You don't have a thingy on you, so you can stay where you are. Okay, but these have, so I'm going to leave those on smaller amounts. A bit more neat, isn't it? A bit more tidy. I wish there was a way to take these away anyway, but it is natural, isn't it? They used to have so many of these brown things, the brown things on the ground, but I so rarely see them anymore. They are so annoying because you can do nothing with them. You cannot tighten them away, you can't place things above them, and they steal space, and they're ugly as flip-de-doo-dah. So I never see them anymore. That's not a bad thing, by the way. That's good. That's good. That's cool. And here we go again with 1,000,000 fibers that we don't need. Look at all the plant fibers. Damn, dude. So there's plenty treasures. And people should hurry up to... Yeah, they're going regularly for those, aren't they? So that's good. See the ratio. That's died. Must have died 1,000,000 hairs and stuff lately, because we have 19 raw hide. That's a lot. But it has accumulated. You can see they rot very, very slowly. So this is probably for an entire year plus, and this is more than a year. This is several years, because you can see the rot circle is over half. But it is what it is. I had to get rid of all the boars, and every time they come I have to take them. If they come in packs of 5, then there will be tons of hide. It's just the way it is. Okay, so far this is the only one we need, so we don't need to worry more about that. As long as they don't sleep by the fireplace, they all have a place to sleep, which is good. How far are you guys now? You like... Yeah, over halfway. Good. So unfortunately, it's tilling and planting time for absolutely everything, more or less. So I cannot afford to take workforce away to add more farms, but I am going to add more farms. I'm going to add at least 2 after harvest season, just to make sure that we don't stare at the famine for next year at least. We might have issues this upcoming spring, but we seem to be doing all right so far. We still have a bit to go on, but if it gets too close with regards to what we have to eat, then I will up my fishermen and perhaps do a bit more hunting on other animals as well. But there is a nice trickle of meat coming in now. Because if the packs are large, they will have a more or less constant circle of life. That means you will have a trickle very often, very regular into your camp of meat and of course skin. Okay, I'm just going to let them work a bit, leave them alone a bit. Oh, I do so want that we get walls that can be taken down, like with an option that you can take down walls like Sims, have high walls on walls down so we can see inside, and we should be able to see people inside, and we should be able to have furniture and stuff like that. This is becoming more and more like Sims, my wishes, isn't it? Jesus, Lily. It's not Sims. But the devs have said that it's not off the table. It might come down in the future with a future iteration or a DLC. You know, I would love that. I would love that. Damn, dude. And I do hope we get a sledgehammer for the stones that nobody sits on, but that can't be done anything with. Because, for instance, these can't be done anything with, and they can't be removed. And although I swear to God, they are heart-shaped, they don't really have a use for us. Actually, they have no use for us, so they just hinder us in placing down things we want to place down. This one as well. The smaller sizes, they can either be picked up or just built over. But the bit larger is a hindrance, without a doubt. Okay, so year 17 is another 2 years, and I do worry. 150. Oh yeah, we took another group. We took another group of like 9. Are you serious? Okay, I would like to not have too many migrants now. I regret saying I was going to accept them all. I regret it, because this might be a bit of a silly move. But you know, we can make it happen if we just play a little bit smart. I mean, if you are going to be stupid enough to rely on long-term survival without hindering your migrants, because that is just stupid, seriously. If you are going to do that, then you also need to play double as hard, meaning you need to maximize the farms, otherwise you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it long-term. This is why I keep harping on do everything incrementally, including the migrants. But you know, if we can't do it with all the migrants we have accepted, this explosive increase in people, then you can certainly see how bad it can go if you can't control your population, if you cannot keep your population happy. So there is a learning process here, no matter if it's good or bad. The outcome, I mean. The process is still learning. So I kind of already know that if you are taking in too many people without doing great big adjustments, you are going to struggle. So that is why I'm a bit hysterical now, getting down more farms. Otherwise we will have famine, or we will bleed dry our nature larder, which is the wild produce, obviously. And of course we don't want to do that. But sure, if you don't mind migrating every 10 years or so, accept all you like. Have fun, but not for long term. You need to do it in small doses at a time. So one of the good way to play the game is that you are making changes that is not affecting negatively any of your groups. So if you build 4 huts, you will drag away up to 20 or so people. But if you can manage to do that with the groups setup that you have so that nothing is suffering when you do it, then your balance is good. Then your balance allows for a lot of mistakes as well. Then it isn't so punishing to make mistakes. But if your balance is very precarious and the second something needs repairs, you see that your resources are going down, then you're doing something a little bit bob and the balance is not there. Unfortunately, there is no one set way to find and keep balance, because it is an incremental adjustment, and you're also having to rely on your seed and how your people are working, the traits, the grades. So no two tribes are necessarily the same. They can often be similar in many ways, but there is always some difference. Not always a difference that makes things go differently as such, but small differences will always happen. Okay, so now they're doing these. That's the last ones to be planted, because these should be done and the rest is done. So now we can see if the sticks are there. Yeah, plenty sticks. That means that they are done. So now we are going into end of winter. Is it March? Oh, April. That means we can open up everything and let people eat as they see fit. And we had 18 of 57 left. So they used only proper tools to seed the beets. That means we used much less, which is fantastic, which is great. When you have tools that you're using for your planting, you use a lot less seed, because one farmer can do roughly 25 plots per 1 unit of seed. So if you keep that in mind, it's 25 per farmer, 25 plots per farmer per 1 unit of seed. Roughly there and thereabouts, with the proper tools. Without proper tools, it's at least twice as much. You double it. Halving it. Wait. Yeah. So if you have 25 with weapons, you will have roughly 50, between 40 and 50 with weapons without any tools, and 25 with tools. Well, they kind of are using weapons, aren't they? It's a wooden spear, for heaven's sakes. It's not a wooden stick. It's speared. It is weapon. Stabbing the soil. Right, so they are all done. Let's see. I'm going for the beets. Unless there's other things they like better. Bread, of course, is more popular. No doubt about that. In the slightest. What are they going for? Oh, some of them like the peas better. Sure. They also seem to be going a little bit as well for what has decayed the most. And I don't mind that. Don't mind that in the slightest. I want to go see how big the dogs are in flocks. They probably are not going to be very big at all, because they never get big. What? Where are you? There you are. They look like the Basenji, don't they? Okay, so let's see. Are you the only one? There's only one wild dog. That means we had too many males and the females didn't get babies. It can happen. Absolutely can happen. It's the same system for pregnancy probability as humans, or perhaps a bit higher. But it can happen. But at least this is a female. She will not leave. So when animals are immigrating to you, they will stay forever. Look, he's having a bit of strawberries. Ah, it's okay. You can have strawberries. I allow you to have strawberries. I like when they're itching. Look, they are scratching themselves. Just like they do now as well. So yes, I have one. Oh wait, I need to make sure that I'm not hunting it. Quack. There you go. Back to the boars. Because that would have been horrendous to watch if I forgotten to pause my hunters or take away the dog to be hunted and then watch it as they killed it. Oh no. Don't want that. I do sometimes take away the dogs as well. Get rid of them because they do it. But that is such a min-maxing thing to do. And I'm likely doing it when I'm going to stay 50, 100 years. But not really before. I did clear them out fairly early because there were like 6 of them. And I thought, no, I don't want that many. But a few is fine. But only one was a little bit surprising. Because I haven't touched them in like a decade or so at least. Or something. I can't quite remember. The hairs are just a little bit annoying because I find it very much a waste of time for my group gatherers to go to get one meat. And not even one hide. So you can see the hides are going down, but of course the leather is going up. Okay, so now we're coming to a time where it should be, yeah, I can see them, rose hips. So we managed to avoid any kind of famine now, but that is because we had a good system going and because we are relying a bit on wild produce still. Let that be known. Even year 17, we still have to rely a little bit on wild produce. So if you can save the wild produce, do it. If you can't, use it. You got no other choice. Now everything is kinda done. Do I have time? I do have time to add more farms, and I'm going to do exactly that. You guys are going to get 2 more farms. You're going to get 1 wheat for sure, and then you're going to get another one of peas. Need to have a space here so they can go between. Okay, so you are wheat and you are peas. Okay, so now I need to make fences. Oopsie daisy. So they need to connect from the other place, from the other fence. Ta-da, you can see it's yellow, it's connected. And you are a bit higher up, I don't know why. Ah, because you have a connection here, you have a thingy here, which you don't really need. But it's fine, I'm going to get it right now. So they are all the same. I'm going to remove whatever was between the others as well, because I can do that now. Okay, so here I need to be careful because I don't want to take those bushes. That'll do it, won't it? No. There's something red there. What is it? What is the red? It's more like it. Okay, so I'm getting through there without cutting them off. That's good. Oh, I clicked the wrong mouse button. Duh. Okay, trying again. And connection. Okay, then they can go do that quickly. Because then they're done with the planting, so it's now growing season and it will be for another few months before it's... Oh god, no! Horses, go away! Go! No! Bad horses! No! Why are you doing... Did you see them little fuckers beelining for me? You know, they are horrendous. They come the second you stand on farm expecting to find noms. Sorry guys, the wheat hasn't been planted yet. So you are eating weed, yeah? How's that? What's that for candy for you? Yeah, I get that. That wasn't so great. Seriously, like a heart attack every time I see them stampeding towards the farms, and now I haven't finished my fences. Damn, dude. Okay, so what I'm going to remove here is this one. I still don't dare to take away the connection. We saw how that went the other time. Was not good. 2 dead horses was the result. Let me see. And I'm going to leave that one as well. So there's only a few that is going to be taken down. Yep. Are there any horses stuck inside? No, good. Good. I just need to make sure that there's no gaps. Because they can get through the smallest gaps, these little schmucks. No, that's good. Okay, so that in theory means I can remove the fence that was between. So that's less maintenance materials needed. Which one is it that has this connection? You have connection, that means I can take you. Let's get that done. Oh, can't forget to look at the food. What is the food looking like? No, they're good. They're good for a few more sleeps, aren't they? And then they will get more of the rose hips as well, because rose hips are coming into season now, slowly but surely. Or we get precarious. You can see angry faces. And the angry faces we can see now are people who are having oh, you two are connected, right? Yeah, are having bad grades. Okay, so I can take away that as well. Yeah, can do. Don't have to worry about connection now. Okay, another sleep or so, and then the beetroots are starting to get mature. So we had food reaching through winter and spring because we were smart enough to add 2 more as soon as we had more people. See, we added 2 more. So now we're adding even more because we got even more people. So if we don't do these bigger jumps for every increase in population, we are going to have issues. Oh, didn't I do you? Okay then. Relays. Just leave the connection point. Okay. That looks a bit odd. Look at the fence. It was because the stones were in the way. I couldn't get it beautiful. It is not beautiful, it is practical. Exactly what it is. It's practical. Okay, so I'm going to close down these because they are gone now. Ta-da. And you are not. You are gone, and but you are not. Okay. So there's quite a bit of flax seeds left. Shall I be cocky and turn down my food things? Because you can see that the flaxseed is over halfway to rotting. You can see they prefer the rose hips. They are fighting for 5 rose hips. Oh, everybody's standing in queue for 5 rose hips. Not particularly loving the flax. But of course they will eat it. It's not like they have a choice. It's not like they're going to starve to death just because they don't like what's on the menu. Oh, and these need repairs now. But they are done with the fencing here. It was quick and painless, wasn't it? This is such a great thing with this fence. It's super quick to build and you don't lose a large workforce for a long time. Because that's what you will do with the logs, with the log fencing. The sticks have gotten legs to run on because I've added so much fencing. But they will quickly get them back. Look at the system assigning tasks. Go get them. No, nuts and rose hips. Nuts are not yet. Nuts is too early. It's going to be first tick of October. Oh, you know, sometimes we are really lucky with the temperature and the nuts are lasting till long in winter. I love that. It's not too often it happens though. But if you are a bit careful with not harvesting absolutely everything, they can last a really long time. But that's not for everything. For instance, strawberries, they will only be harvestable for a few weeks before they go bad. So don't take off your spring berries from your menus. Always have people collecting spring berries where they are normally doing it, because they need to go get them the few sleeps they have, because you can see them growing, they're changing color, and then when they are fully mature they are this lovely red color, and that's when you can pluck them, and then you have a few sleeps, and if you haven't plucked them till now then they are basically rotted away immediately. Because berries do not last long in the wild, not in the slightest. And wild berries probably lasted even shorter, so it belongs to what is correct. Not to talk about all the insects and birds that will have a feast on the strawberries that you're not eating or picking. And then the seeds will be dropped everywhere, one can hope. Are you again standing in queue for 14 or 20 of the rose hips? Well, they do like rose hips, this gang, don't they? Oh, and here comes these. Okay, so I'm going to open these for now so that people can eat. I'm just hoping that they will put more in here, but we'll see. We'll see. Because we know we don't even need 50, even though we have 2 farms. We can get away with less. We can get away with 35-ish, 40-ish on 2 farms. But we need to up the beans and the wheat grains, because we have added another wheat grain and another peas farm. So that is a little, okay, that one has 74 and I'm happy with that. I don't need that much, but I'll gladly take that, and then let them eat up these that come here, and then I will lock them when there's no more incoming. So how are we doing with people? How many do we have? 153, yeah, okay. So a lot of people, or at least some of the players, seem to struggle with even 100 population. So I can almost guarantee you that the reason for that is twofold. First of all, you have very bad seed. Secondly, you are definitely overproducing. There is no doubt in my mind, if you have a good seed and you cannot keep even 100 people alive for several years in the same locality, you are over harvesting to a point where you are bleeding dry your environment within a decade. So if you want to stay longer, if you want to keep 100 people alive and happy and plus in population, you have to change your methodology, because it is not working. When you see that you cannot do what you wish to do with the game that you know is possible, either via watching people on YouTube or watching my videos, you can see we can have several hundred and still get away with it, then you should change your methodology. You can probably get a lot of ideas by looking at different content creators on YouTube, see how they do things, because it's not only one way of doing it. There are many ways of doing it and many ways that works well as well. So it's not only a way. So keep that in mind. Don't be afraid to change your methodology, and don't be afraid to fail. I have failed a lot, experimented a lot, and that is why I feel I have a good insight, because I know how things can go if you do it in a different methodology or using different types of harvesting or group settings, etc., etc. So yeah, keep that in mind. Or are you hungry, or are you born weak? These are unhappy now. Let me have a look at you. You don't like the small fireplace for sleeping, okay? That means I need to get more huts. And you guys are all sleeping. Oh, they all need repairs. Okay, yeah, there are several needing repairs, which is why my straw is so low. Okay, I was just afraid, oh, why are they acting like that, you know? But then I saw my straw is low. But we can make remedies for that. We can have some of the support groups that normally does other things help out with that. For instance, we can have one of them just have unlimited straw collection. That is possible as well. Might take a few sleeps before everything is done and dusted, but at least you're not ruining the balance you have, you know, because I just built these without thinking when the others would need repairs. I should have used my brain a little bit better there to calculate it a little bit better, but there will always be something needing repairs at the same time as everything else. So this kind of just means that it is time to up the amount of straw that you're having constantly in the camp. So it's now going to be 450. See? And we should probably, how many do we have? Let's see how many of the haystacks we have. We have 2, that's 600. Yep, don't need more. So the unhappy faces are going to go away as soon as they can sleep. See, one night, flipping one night, and then they were all arguing and unhappy. Just hang in there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to let them do this one first. Then I'm going to pause. Everything that has lost the sleeping spots, I pause until I have enough. So this also means that you don't have 50 people arguing over one straw, because they're all doing a hut each. So if you pause everything and then let them do one by one, then you don't drag away a ton of people and you don't have them arguing too much. So the next one is this one. Let's see how many it lacks. It lacks 39. Is it 39? Okay, so when I have 40, then I can open this one up. Then this one will get done, and they will all go to the same place with it and just get done with it. So this can easily happen. It does happen sometimes to me as well. You can see it's really quickly, it's really fast to lose a certain balance depending on what you're adding. So if I had just remembered to up the straw, then this would have been okay. Okay, so this one is now in need of repair, so I'm going to pause that one till I'm done with the one I was working on. It lacks 36. No, 26. Oh my god. I'm going to stop saying it out loud. I'm going to stop doing maths out loud. Okay, so we're going low on food and we're going into summer, so they better get some work done. You guys, go get food. I know you can't get nuts, that's fine, but you can get these, so yeah. Stop repairing huts, for crying out loud. Go and do something useful instead. I'm going to let these as well help out. And these. You can take a break from the stones and make sure that we get rid of all these unhappy faces because they have to sleep out all night. I need more food. There's no doubt I need to up my fishermen for a short while. Maybe just a day. We definitely need to get home for more food. I'm gonna disallocate these so they are not having to wait for them to dry before they can eat. Because they're soon going to start to be really hungry because there's too little food. Okay, so that one's done. Then we can basically, let's see. Yeah, and we have, yeah, I will wait a bit because we don't have enough in camp. So some people are going to go to bed hungry today. Let's do 8. You are a support, but you could help out with the food. You are support and you are doing cat. Okay. You're not support. You're supposed to be sticks only. How did I mess that up? That is support. And you can do those. So now we have 29. They have been, yeah, up a little bit. Get the balance right. 65, that means I can open you. Can also open you, so you two will be done. Now the wheat is going to come in hordes, in large masses. These are all gone, so they are going to be closed. I'm going to take down these to... No, 37 is too much. Are you done? Yeah. And that means you only have 1 left. Oh, don't put it there, put it here. There you go. Then wait a bit and see how many this one needs. 7, okay. That's a bit odd, it only needed 7. It probably needed more and then they divided without me seeing it. So I'm gonna open you up and you can have your 7. See how quickly things can go really bad. Start of going really bad. So a lot of people are sleeping out still. Yeah, we need to do one by one, guys. That's all we have. Yeah. I think that's it. Can't take away too much, then we are going to suffer on other areas. Okay, so 32, that means... Oh, you need to repound. That means you will take those. Fine, take him then. Okay, that's you guys done. And then 9, I'll have to wait a bit longer. That's all good and dandy. These sticks are low as well, because I put them to do unlimited straw. Well, as long as you have food, your people are not starving. Don't worry too much if it goes a little bit titty up with the balance of those materials, because you can get yourself back in again. You can haul yourself back to land. Or they don't like sleeping out, or they're not happy about it now because it's been several days, haven't it? But then they will start to really complain. So when you've been many years and you're still forcing them to sleep out, then you will have issues. This is why it's so important to get up, for instance, in next patch, when you get religion, it's important to have something that people can find comfort in. So you will see when the patch comes out, it's really helping. Really cool. Super cool. Super duper cool. Yeah, they can stay like that. I'll leave the fishermen on. Was it 6 or 8 I had them on? I'll leave them on that for a while longer, just to make sure that I get into control again. You can open up. I could probably put them on 600, to be honest, because it seems like the way I'm doing it now, that it will often have the same cycle of repairs needed, plus minus a little bit. But when you have a lot of huts, you can't avoid having several needing repairs at the same time, and often in a row. So just get things incoming. And this is also why wheat is so important, to make sure that you get enough straw from wheat as well. So having a surplus of wheat farms is always a good idea when you have lots of straw huts. If you have reed huts, you are basically on your own. It's tall grass and reed by the riverbanks, and that's all we have of reed options. While straw has a few more. And fiber is, we are drowning in fiber. Fiber is never ever going to be a problem anymore, ever, anywhere, any timeline. Well, maybe the coldest in the northern parts, but if you play in default Neo or default Miso, lower south, you will never have an issue. Let's see how we're doing on straw. Yeah, 157. Okay, so that means I can open you as well. Yeah, we're almost there. You don't have to. Are you hungry? Yeah, go eat then. I know you don't like the fireplace for sleeping. I know. Go eat. Some of them are really hungry. I think I'm going to open up these as well, to just let them eat until harvesting is done, and then I just close it off when they are too close. So, because we can't have them famished, because then they are just a step away from having the starvation bowl, and that one is a pain in the beep to get rid of, because it lasts for days, and you have to have full meals 2 times a day in order to get properly rid of it. Otherwise it will keep coming back that you are starving, that your body is not functioning well because you are so hungry. How many do you have? You can be opened. No, they're leaving. They don't want to. Oh, they're tired of being out. They're tired of being hungry. Let me see. Yeah. She got the starvation bowl, but she has such a high will. 136 will. So she decided to leave instead of accepting all this BS. Yeah, did not like that. She's sick. Can you see her sickness is making her leave because she was going too long being hungry. So that is step one in having an issue. We are not in a famine. It's just that there wasn't enough for her. She must have missed quite a few meals, being lost every time, which is not good, of course. But it happens. You do sometimes have people who are unhappy, who are late for meals, never get the meals they need. So it's like real life, isn't it? At least for some. Yeah, I can't open the beet, so they should make do with everything else. And now there is nuts as well, because we are now in October, so that means we get nuts as well. So then, okay, so we lost one. She was angry because she became sick for having too little food, and she was annoyed, really annoyed, for not having a proper house. So just make sure that you have enough of the materials and up the material income for things that you have built, because they will need repairs. Okay, so that one is done. Then I can open this one. Yeah. So now they will, you can see more and more faces, angry faces are disappearing because they will now get their sleeping spots back. So learn from that. If you are going to choose between not having sleeping spaces and lacking food, always choose to lack sleeping places above lacking food. Food kills and leaves, makes people leave, while sleeping spaces make people grumpy for days. But they're not often going to leave unless they have an insane will. Okay, so then I have only you left, and you are asking for... Ta-da! That's the last one. That means I can calm down on the straw gathering and reorganize my groups again. Okay, so we have tons of food there now. So that means I can, in theory, take down my my water hunters, my fishermen again. I'll put them on. Maybe I should just keep them on 3. I mean, we are like 150 people. It kind of goes without saying I should have a little bit, but I don't need it. We shouldn't rely on wild produce. We need to rely on cultivated. So let's keep it low and see how it goes. If things go titty up, we just up them. That's the beauty of having a support system. So all these are repaired now, so now they will... These need to be... Yeah, they need sticks. But the sticks are coming in now, because now I'm gonna take away... So there's 263, because that means that something is needing repairs again. So here we go again. Damn, dude. Yeah. I can't let everything pay for it, so I need to put things back. No, you're good. You're good. You are support system plus the non-staples. Yeah, you're good. You now are going to focus on your sticks only, okay? You can be a support system as well, but you do not need the same amount as the others, and you shouldn't have the same amount as the others. And you are just a maintenance number, so that's good. You are 100% support. And back to you guys with 600. Okay, so these can now be allowed to go back to the stones. Okay, then we are back in control. What did I do anything with my hunters? I don't think so. No. No need. Fishermen can do it. Fishermen are the fishing pools. They replenish. Although it is slow, they will replenish. So if you don't overfish, you can have fish for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades and decades. Let's just say centuries. Yup. Oh, I'm just gonna watch them work. Look at that, all the old people that are dying at the same time. Damn. You have a bad grade, don't you? You do. You do. You feel exploited. But you're not exploited. It's normal work hours. Dude. Yeah. So there. I really should take away these now, shouldn't I? Should let them be something else. Something that is not so much of. That we are basically drowning in it. And these as well need to go. I actually don't need that many. But there will come a time where we will need space for the other produce we have, because it will be tight on space. But I am going to add storehouses, and then I will probably remove some of these pits. Probably. There you go. So now all the things that people are standing in line for half a year should be over here. Now they will go here and help themselves, and it's not only one and one, it will be several at the same time. Which is the good thing about having these storage spaces instead of the storage facilities. So you are good. I should probably close you down. And you are still good. I'll close you down. No, you are good. There's no way they're going to use up everything by the time you're planting again, because we are almost into tilling season, and then immediately after that it will be planting. So what I'm going to do, 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm going to add one more group tasks. You are going to get more. Are we going to go straight into the rock there? Yeah, we don't want that. Let's go on the other side and see. I guess we can make a little gap here. We can, can't we? Let's do that. A small gap. Doesn't have to be big, but it has to be there at all. So you are going to get more work. You're going to do another of those. And then I'm going to go to the, what's it, the piece down here. And you guys are also going to get another of these. Should I do it this way, or can't do it that way? I have to do it one more this way, and then we can go to the side. Okay, so you are getting wheat as well. Okay. And then it's time to get the gates and the fences. So you're gonna be double, that's fine. Oh no, you can be single. So. Ta-da. So when they are connected, then I will take away the middle part here. Less materials needed to repair. So now they are back to needing to repair some of these again, but we have been smart enough to up the amount that should be in the camp all the time. So now we won't have that same bottleneck that we had earlier for that period of time. And the sticks are going down rapidly because we've added more fencing, but they will be done in a swoosh. They are just so quick. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. Right, so now we've added, is it 4 new ones, 1 piece and 3 wheat, is it 3 wheat? Yeah, and 3 wheat. That should, in theory, keep 155 to 180 happy without us having to rely so heavily on the wild produce. Because you can see we are at 100, really? No. Oh, well, at least they're not 5 million. Oh gosh, look at her. Unhandy. Meh. And she's weak. Oh, she's got nothing. Ah, no, it doesn't matter. No, please be Butterfingers. No, just clumsy. Unhandy. You know, there used to be 2 more traits. No, there used to be 1 more biological trait in the selection, and that was giant. But we've lost giant. I haven't seen it in Yoinks. It's like it's been removed. I wish we had it though, because that was fantastic. I mean, they could be like so old because they were so huge. Their fitness was insane. Oh, I'm going to lose a lot of people now, aren't I? At least 7, 8 old ones in one go. With just a few sleeps between them. Like his, he's got 7 sleeps left. My leader, she has 1 sleep left. This one has 5 sleeps left. Yeah, so within a few sleeps I'm going to lose like 8 of the elder ones. So that means that my population will go down, which is not a bad thing. But having elderly going down and down while adults are up and children are roughly the same way is a good thing. It's good. But this means also that she has maxed out all the limits. Not that I use the labor time or rationing, but the labor age I do use all the time. So when she dies, I just cross fingers that I get someone with a bit more fitness or a higher ability to talk my tribe into having more people working. Let's see. Yeah, 1 step, I'll take that. How old are you? Right. Yeah, you got a way to go. Oh, he's very skilled, isn't he? Good skills. Not too many, but he's good on the ones they've got. You should almost be done now. Almost 4,000. That means another 600-700 stones is needed. Besides what we have in camp. Okie dokie. Depending on how this goes, I'm going to add more farms. I'm going to add beets. So we have a richer income of beets at the early summer, and see if we can rely less on the wild produce. So I'm going to keep my fishermen fairly low. I can keep them on 3, or I can even go down further. But I'll keep them like that for now until I can see how we can balance next year's harvest. I could also even pause my fishermen to let the rivers and the pools replenish properly. So this is when you have a lot of people, this is working better for now until we have multiple service points in a storage facility. For now we only have the storehouse with 3 points. The rest is only 1 service point, and it is hopeless when that is the only food left and they're all standing in a long line. Can't have it like that. So that's why I do this. You don't have to do it. You can do whatever you like. If you can afford them waiting half the day in line, sure, no problem. But if you're struggling as well and don't want that waste of time, then you can do what I do. But make sure it is food that is fairly quickly eaten up. no point doing it with food that will decay or rot away everything while it's there. You see, I can probably... This can be closed now, can't it? What about you? No, I did you, so you are open. Right. Yeah. Oh, people are sleeping out. Duh. Of course they are, because we got migrants. I'll wait till the repairs are done. So it's only you for now. And you will be done fairly quickly, so I'm gonna get this one up immediately. We only do 10 ropes, and we really should do 20 now, because we're getting more and more items that need ropes. So I'm going to put them to 20. It's not like it's a waste though, because we have so much fiber, we are basically swimming in it. You can see here all the fiber that you get from threshing the flax is quite a lot. No. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. We can't handle more, oh my god. This is gonna be too much. Except if you have Butterfingers or Imbecile, then you are welcome, because I want to see you at play. I want to see how you work. I have watched some of them. It's sometimes so comical. So, you know, even though they are following the group leader, I need to put down so I don't time out. Even though they are following the group leader, they can just suddenly veer off the course and go somewhere else and do something else or sit on a stone. They do weird things. Yeah, you didn't have anything, but you are bad. Oh, you're not good. What is your will? It's low. Okay. Yeah, I have to take you. That's what I said I was going to do. Okay, so year 18, and we are 166. That's roughly 40 more than I would have accepted normally. Because you need to do sharp adjustments, and not only the small incremental ones when you are doing it more controlled. So this is a learning process for me as well. I haven't done almost a reckless accepting, but it is kind of what it is. It's reckless accepting of migrants in a very, very, very long time. Yeah. So just need to make sure that I have enough of everything. So I'm gonna no, support group is fine. You can have 50. I'm gonna put these to 500 and just basically get it done to always have a lot in camp. And I am going to put down a few storage areas for sticks and also for the weapons, the tools, to spread them out a bit more efficient, so they can just go and pick them up and go directly to the farms. Doesn't always work out like that, but the intention is good, so I'm going to go by the intention. It certainly won't make it worse. Unless you're imbecile, then you might go twice over the creek to get water. Who knows? These can go back to be dedicated again, because we averted a famine. We did lose one, a young one who was very unlucky with getting food, because everyone else was okay, but only her suffering a little bit, and she became sick, and then that was over, wasn't it? She had to leave or she would die. She thought she couldn't get more food, but she had just waited 2 more days. She would have been fine, because we had food coming in anyway. Let me see. You're all done. And we still have people sleeping out. Let's have a look. We do. We have several. So I'm gonna... Let's see, 4:33. Yeah, that should do it. So see, the older people are dying and dying and dying. So 3 of them are died now. So there's still a lot left, at least 3 that is going to go shortly. See how long do you have? You won't have too long. You have 2 sleeps left, yeah. And then he went, the other guy. So now it's his turn in a moment. Right. Okay, so it's tilling time, yeah. Means that they should also be working on this farm. So this farm belongs to peas, but since peas and wheats do not need work at the same time, you can put both in the same group. So do this. It's smart, it's efficient, and it's very economical for your workforce. Absolutely 100%. Because you're not going to get one group of 21 reaching over 1 million. Like I max out with 8 farms, 4 of each. 4 is the max that I have managed to get my 21 groups to do in one season of planting, or one season of tilling, or one season of harvesting. If you go over and if you give them more than 4 farms, they tend to lose out on parts of some of the farms. So for coverage of all farms, 4 is kind of the max you should do with a maxed out work group. Okay, I'm just going to let them work in peace and watch what they're doing. So when this monument is done, that means that the straggler group that did all the building will have off to do other things. Because monuments will not need repairs in anyone's lifetime. They will not need repairs. So how many are we now? 165. I still have a few elderly that will drop soon. Like you, how long do you have left? Let's have a look at you. Oh, you're gonna die today. Oh, that's just wrong. But he's gonna eat first, and then he's gonna die. Eat first, then die. Oh. How old are you? You're 67. And you still have it on that one. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Also, what you can do, okay, there you went, yeah. What you can do if you are going into a famine, you could put the rationing on the first step, because that will save per 4 people, you're saving 1 meal. So when you are several hundred, this is a good way to go. But be aware that when the famine is over, or when the danger is over, people would eat a bit extra to help out their system to get back on track for the times they have been rationed. So it can save everyone, but it will also have a bit of a dip in or a sharp increase in amount of food that people are going to eat after the danger is over, and when you put it back down to normal rations. But it's not a bad idea to put it on the first, but do keep in mind, if you have it prolonged, you will kill off your future workforce, because the children will suffer. Okay, so just keep that in mind. You can play around a little bit with absolutely everything. The problem is when it is prolonged of negativity with regards to too high work hours, too little food. So keep that in mind. Prolonged the other way as well is also not good. You know, if they eat so much they get overweight and they can't work. No, I just invented that. But what if that was a thing? What if they make that happen in the game? Oh my god, you know they did that in Sims. So that people could become overweight in Sims. Dude! If they do, that's another challenge we have to tackle. Another problem to solve. Well, what kind of overweight could there possibly be in these times? Seriously, they all ate healthy foods. There were no flipping sugar. and people were active most of the day and most of the morning and a lot in the evening. It just, there was no time to become overweight. So I don't think that's ever going to happen. I hope not. Having obese Neolithic people running around, obese Mesolithic, that's just never going to happen. I can't even picture it. It is so far out. So wrong. My brain can't go outside the box to think about it. There's a sapling there. The one that was here died, and then there's a sapling here instead. That's good. Kind of waiting to see if they'll be growing up a new. Is that a new chestnut tree coming to replace the one that died, or is this just a normal birch tree? Is this a birch? I don't know. We shall find out sooner or later. So there's plenty wheat grains for planting, so I don't even need to close this one down. But I'll keep the flax a little bit longer. And definitely the... why are you empty? Why are you... The other one is closed and you're empty. There you go. Let's swap it around then. As you wish. But I do wish they would add a spit roast of some kind, so you could spit roast like a whole boar, and it was someone stood there and hand rotated it, That would be so awesome if they could do that. And like the boar took from the morning until the evening meal to roast, and then the entire tribe enjoyed some lovely grilled boar. Oh, I'm getting hungry. I think I'm gonna have some bacon. When you talk about food, you get hungry. It's just the way it is. Tend to get hungry. So how are we doing with sleep spots? Let's have a look and see if they're all having a place to sleep now. They should. Or did I get more and I forgot about it? Did I get more migrants? We've had so many migrants, it's been insane. I have had games where I haven't had a single migrant in years. One dude. Okay. Crikey. Well, it means we need more. But I'm gonna wait till the repairs are done. You can see the repairs are on the way because they are normally 600. So you can see on the amount that they are going down and down due to repairs. I'll wait a little bit, just see the amount going down because people are repairing. Okay, so we're now end winter. Only March left, and then we go to early spring. So we will then see how we are faring, and I'm ready to up my fishermen tremendously again, and hoping that we have nobody who goes so far hungry that they are becoming sick, because I don't want that to happen again. How are you guys doing? Yeah, you're doing good. Really? You're gonna leave that one? That one? It always gets me when they do that. Why you do this? Oh, almost there. But you can see in the mornings and stuff that the queues are solved so much better when you have it open, because then several can go help themselves at the same time. It's not only one, you can see several are going, not only, yeah. See, they are flocking around and nobody has to stand in line forever and wait. It's a lot quicker. It's like 1 or 2 per cell. It's quite efficient in comparison to standing in line of the pits, and poof, they're all good. So it matters a lot for your efficiency and how much you can get into camp without using more workforce. What are they doing now? Yeah, the tilling. Yeah, so you can see the tilling of flax is coinciding with everything. So you can't really put too many of those two are going together in the same group. But they can also till and plant at the same time. So it's not precarious. But I wouldn't do it, because it could often end up in some of the farms being a bit neglected. It is better to pair the others who do not collide with each other. So where are the new ones? Here, okay. Then we're going to place more here, I think. A set of 3, but I'm going to wait building them until they have more of the straw. Maybe I should start making more reed huts as well. Maybe I should make reed huts now. I have a few here, or one here. It doesn't really fit though, does it? Should I perhaps make it here? Or here? No. Here. No, okay, I can't make my mind up. Never mind. For heaven's sakes, Lily. Do you guys have same struggles? Is it only me who can't make my mind up? Help, help. I'm going to do reed huts. I'm going to do a few here. And then let there be farms around. Because I find that so adorable. I'm going to do a bit uneven. Actually, I'm going to do like this. And then you. I'm kind of ruining the pathways, aren't I? But that's fine. They will have to go around. You can do it. So what I'm going to do also... Oh, did I not put that one on pause? I didn't, did I? Because I need to make sure that the group that is doing the mud has a limit set to 750. There you go. There you go. I'm just going to wait till they've gathered the mud, then I'm going to start building. There you go. What up? Okay, so the sticks are on fleek, I almost said, or exactly where they should be. I'm going to place around a few more storage places for sticks, so people don't have to run so far to get them. It can't harm. So that. Okay, so now we're going to see how we're faring with the food. 165. This might be a bit bob, guys. Wonder if I should be smart and do some fishing. Why are you hungry? You're hungry. Well, go eat then. Go have food. So, what are done? You guys are done. And you guys are... Gosh, I don't remember. Wheat is done, for sure. These need to be done now. And those. So that means that my beets are done. So I can open this one up so people can eat those up. There you go. And we have plenty of the flax and also the peas, so we can open those as well. But I think I need to do some prevention of starvation. So I'm just going to do that and have it done, just to make sure. I'm not going to do the hunting. I'll leave the hunting. Actually, I need to calm down on those because we're still planting, and those. So nice. Oh, did I pause it? Did I forget to pause it? I did forget to pause it, didn't I? And we need logs. So you are coming back to work. There you go. See how... Yeah, you're still going and you guys are still going, so I can't... Well, I can open one of them. No, that one can stay open. I can keep this one closed just to make sure that I get enough covered. Did you guys actually run out of steam here? You should be able to handle... Oh, wait a minute, do I have to... Oh, I didn't have them maxed out, did I? Let's do 2 more, then they can easily handle all of those. There you go, that'll do it. Got you. You only have one anyway. But I'm gonna give you more. I'm also gonna do more beats. Okay, so they're almost done. This one still has some left. Have you done your first one? Let's have a look. Yeah, you're on the last leg of it, aren't you? You still have a few sleeps, so no worries. Niet worries. So that's fine. See, now the last of the wheat is going, the wheat grains. 200 on those, so that means that they are repairing again. Of 12. Do I have 2 more? I have 3, so that means in theory I can open it up. We should have everything else in camp. No, we need 25 more reed. Which is the group that normally does them? Is it a support group that do them? Probably because they're only supposed to be maintenance, so I'm gonna put you guys on doing the rest. Oh, they didn't want that. They disappeared. Ah, hell no, we're not doing the damn reed. No, it's because the farmers are demanding them. The farmers are winning. Is that one a... Yeah, look. A beehive in the trunk. Yeah, that's good. To need 750 mud. We have 572. Did I run out of peas? I did. I ran out of peas. Okay. Some of them got completely done though. And we are going to rely on the wheat again to get enough food. Those are done, so they can be opened. Not that it's gonna come in anything now, but yeah. How long do you have left? 7 slips. It hasn't gone down completely on the limits, so that's not a bad thing. I mean, yeah, he can go get more stone, ladies. So the always adjustment always needing to be done, and it needs to be quite a big jump if you are doing like I just did now, have tons of migrants coming indiscriminately, just invite everything that comes and want to come into your tribe. It is a bit difficult to maintain the balance because you constantly have to change so much, so you might forget a few things because there's a lot to keep an eye on. How much more does the one need? No, it's done. That means you can put down the mud to maintenance again. So you guys are going back to maintenance on that one and on that one, right? Even if they're lacking a few of the reed, they will get them in anyway, bit by bit. Time flies. Let's see if we can watch them grow. Maybe they're too far ahead to have any big growth spurt. Probably. So as you can see, none of the cultivated yield lasted till we needed or till harvesting again. So that means that we did good in upping up our farms when we did, and we probably have to do even more. But these are definitely needed because we're only relying on wild produce now. Oh, they are okay. They are dedicated. That's fine. That's fine. So one more sleep, and then these are ready to be harvested. This is the thing with accepting a large amount before you have managed to adjust. That you will have some people being unhappy, some might be starving, some huts may go unrepaired. So balance is important. Look at all the wheat we're going to get for next season. Next harvesting season. It's going to be a lot, isn't it? Time to start locking down these. There you go. I might have to lock more of these though, because we have a little bit too little of them. I fear. But we shall see. Let's hope we have a better balance now. Probably not. We probably have to add even more farms. Well, we have increased the people doing the farming, so and we definitely could afford it, because you can see several of the straggler groups still have people in them. That means there are leftover people. There are not many now though. But then again, this one is almost done, so that means that one straggler group can focus on anything else but stone, except the maintenance of stones, like 50 or so. And that's it. Maybe I should get some stone fences around these ish, but they're so kind of close together. It will have to be a continuous one, and with just having several gates can do that as well. Yeah, can do. At least they last for flipping ever. They won't take away my workforce to do any repairs anytime soon. It will be like a decade until they need repairs, which is always a good thing, isn't it? Oh, look at all the fish. Maybe I should calm down on the fish. I'll wait a bit. Better safe than sorry. And if you stop fishing, they will replenish, although slow. So if you calm down your fishing to 2 or 3, you should replenish plenty enough. But we still do not manage to stay sedentary for several decades. It's just not feasible yet, because there are still materials that we need to have in order to have an efficient tribe at all. Because if you start doing all of this without any tools, you're going to need twice the workforce, and that is never going to happen, because you are going to starve to death because you won't have enough people to man your farms. It's just not going to happen. The yield is not good enough for that. So yeah, so I think the soft cap on farms or population is likely going to be quite a bit below 500. But if you count in migrating every 10 to 20 years, you could probably manage 500 plus. Probably 500 plus, and also rely quite a bit heavy on the wild produce. Because there's no way you can rely on only cultivated. There is no way. Because you have to change all the time, pending temperatures, pending population, pending this, pending that. Everything is so precarious when it comes to agriculture. Maybe temperature has a little bit too much to say, I don't know. It could also be that it's just difficult to find the balance because of all the changes all the time. But we will get there. A little bit ups and downs in every society is to be expected and normal. How long did you live though? Oh, where are you? Oh, there you are. So undignified, just laying around. 70, yeah. Yeah. He probably had a fitness reducing grade since he was only 70. Normally, if you are normal, you are between 72 and 74, and I've had max 78. But it's quite normal to go a bit before as well when you have grades of fitness that reduces your health, your physique. Oh, it's pretty, very pretty with the sun going up. Look at that. It's quite nice, isn't it? It looks extremely busy, but it's running around like very busy bees. Yeah, I'm going to do more beets and I'm going to do more flax. So that's what I'm going to do. What are you lacking? Are you lacking the fuse reed? Yeah, how many are you lacking? Lacking 10. Yeah, they will come. Just making sure I'm getting them all concentrated here. Filling these up first, because we can't have again what we had last time. So the beets are in the house. I can stop you there. And then leave these two open for people to enjoy the beets. They are beetroot lovers. Each and every one. Should probably save up a few of these as well now that I'm getting more of them. They can stay 100. So can they. That's the flax crop. It's a bit odd that they are outside, but that's fine. It's spreading. Or is this part of my farmland? Probably is. It is. A little bit imprecise there, Lily. Let's see how much we're getting of wheat as well this time around. It should be quite a bit more. The beans are going to be a bit less, quite a bit less actually. See, there's a few of those that did not get finished, but the others did, so there will be some, of course. Go on, get the last stones. You can do it. How many do I have? 80. That's just about enough. I should really go up, shouldn't I? There you go, to 100. They can stay 50. Because you just use them for cropping, because you just use them for cutting, I mean, because they're 100% cutting, but this one has a better cropping. It has 100% cropping in comparison to 75. So they will choose a sickle to do the cropping, and of course a biface to do the cutting. And the cutting is not going to be much. Not that much. Well, maybe a bit much. At least the meat from animals is being cut. Oh yay. I'm calming down my hunters, my fishermen again. Now let's see how much wheat we're getting. It should be quite rich. But we are going to add more farms to help out. We should probably probably go this way, but I kind of feel like going over here instead. I think I want to do that. I think I'm going to go over here instead. And then take it here this way. I think that's a good... Oh, wait a minute. Am I coming to the riverside? Can I sneak away with one here? Okay, the beets have just been done harvesting. That means I can place my beet group on doing more. So, like that. Can you do another one? Oh, I think I have to remove a few of these. How's that? You guys should be able to handle 2. That means I need to put it to 14. So it's roughly 7 per farm. There you go. And we need to do these as well. Yeah, those are fine. Should be 14. Just as well do them all 14, can't we? What's this? This is 12. 14, there you go. Okay, they're all 14 now. So that means they should be able to handle 3 farms each. So I calculate roughly 7 per farm. You can probably get away with smaller amounts as well. But the more farms you have, the more people you need. That goes without saying. So these can take more. So I'm going to put these after harvest is done to do another piece. But I did want another of the beetroots for sure. I'm just going to leave it at that for now, so I don't take away too much workforce. What? Oh, why do I have 2? Why is that 2? I didn't click properly, did I? There you go. Let's get some fencing. Oh, that was the wrong side. Okay, so that means I am going to have to make one here as well. A gate. Sure. Sure. Ta-da. Check afterwards if there's a full connection. There should be. Yep. You guys lacking reed? Yes, you are. Well, now it's in the middle of harvesting, so people are being stolen to do all the farms. So things are going to lack. It is the way it is. Not too worried about that. It will pick up again. Could definitely put them on pause until there's enough material in. But as long as they have sleeping spots, you can leave them, because then people will still use them. So it's not much they're lacking. It will come in. Good amount of wheat came in. So the snowstorm we had the other winter didn't you know, do too much damage. But we just have to see on the peas and the flax how they are with the temperature there was. Still a bit of those can keep them a bit open. I'm gonna put this on pause since there is no sleeping spots available. Okay, so there are gaps here that I need to fix, otherwise there will be animals coming in. Okay, that should do it. And there's another one, I think, yeah. So remember, we have like a tree or something between 2 points of fences. You need to go check that they actually have connection after the tree has been cut down, because sometimes you do have connection while other times you do not. But it's fairly easy to see. You will see there's a lack of either white or grey area underneath, so it should be fairly easy to see. You can see it visually as well without using the blueprint sometimes, but not always. Sometimes it can be a little bit tricky to see actually. How many people have died of old age? Oh, look at the elderly are now up to 51 again. Ooh. But the adults are, of course, quite a bit higher, which is just as it should be. So we still have Mesolithic influence, even though we are 1931 BC, which I don't mind at all. No, we got in. How much do you need? Ta-da. You need that many, okay. So we got over 1,000 wheat, which is we're gonna need it all. I mean, it does sound like a lot with 1,000, but with 170 people, it really isn't a lot. So I have, let me see, the straggler group only gets filled now when the farmers are getting done. Otherwise, it will not get filled, or when it also loses people when people are needed elsewhere, which is fine. The monument is a luxury. I need to make sure that I have enough people though for the farming, because we don't want to have the same that we had last time, that they couldn't finish this wheat field. So this one needs probably 14. I could perhaps go down to 12, probably, because I see I have a lot of people on it, but then again, no, I think I'm going to go down to 12 on these. I think I'm going to go down to 12 on all of them. I can't have that. We are going so low on the other materials. So they will just have to spend all the days available to plant and what else they do. Tilling and harvesting. There. Okay. So they might use a day extra, but if they have the day, then let them use it. It's fine. Because the dip in the other materials was quite high, so I don't want that again. And I'm going to open up these to let them be completed again. So you can see it's a trickle in all the time. It's difficult to find a good balance immediately. You might have to do a bit of failure before you finally get it, with the constant change of population. This is the trap of accepting everything. This is what happens when you are constantly accepting absolutely everything. I wonder if I should have an opening here. I think I need it because people are going clumsily around here. That wasn't so smart of me to do. How far in do you go? You go quite far in though. But I am going to take away this fence here up to there. That means there's more space, so that means in theory I should take this. The second that one is down, I'm going to place a gate there. Let's not waste any time at all on this, because the animals will find their way quicker than swoosh. Okay, let's keep an eye out, see if there's animals running to the open gate. Oh, thank goodness they're building it already. That's excellent. I think we're safe. I think we're okay. But you saw how quickly they came the second you placed down something that has to do with food for them, herbivores. They were piling up and going into the area. No, no. We can't. Well, at least they're not in the millions. Oh, he's bad. You're bad. Clumsy. Nah. Unfriendly. Indecisive. Yeah. Not the worst. Could be worse. What are you? Are you? Butterfingers? No, you are not. Are you? No. No. Okay, well, at least they got some skills. That one doesn't. That is odd. He's 44 years old and has no skills. Little bit sus. How are you? Are you built? Yeah. That means that when the morning comes, you can have your fill. So now there's 600 of those. So I am going to close down this one. Yeah. And this one. And I'm going to keep that one closed. Looks like I need to do that one too. And now that one is empty and that one is empty. That means I can close them. So they are overflow for when this one needs repairs. So there. Yeah, working good. And we avoided a too bad famine this time. We did have some people go hungry, and I did have to shoot up my fishermen. But all in all, it's okay. Let's see how it goes with having 12 people in the farms. See if we can avoid the bottleneck where one farm was a little bit too low on time. So when the morning comes, I'm going to see which one of these has only a few. You can easily have another P. It will be no problem for you. Let me see. but I am going to do it a little bit different. Because I need them to be able to go through here. Oh, I see you. Yeah, you're good. So I'm gonna have a pea farm there. And you're gonna have a pea farm as well. And then I'm going to add one more beet. Where's beets 2? You already have 3, you're good. What about you? You can have another beet. Or maybe you can't because I've been stupidly adding this one to you guys, which I really should not do. You should have your own. Is that your own? Did this one? That's the one, yeah. That means that my beet group will be free. No. Will be free. Really? Did I do the wrong one? Shoot me now. Oh, it's the baby one. That's why I had it. Duh. Oops. What does that mean? Does that mean that you have nothing to do? Where's my flax one? There it is. Right, you have nothing to do. Okay then. Need to get you some work. For a dirty. There you go. Sorry. Oh, was it this one? No. No. It has one. And beets, not you, but you. Yeah, because you only have a baby of those other ones. You can easily do this. And then we're doing this. Ta-da. Let's get down the gates and stuff. Sooner rather than later. I should really add one there, shouldn't I? I did, didn't I? I did add one, didn't I? Or was that over here? Yeah, it was over here. I should really add one here as well. So I'm going to add it this away. So I don't go over the farmland. You guys do not need. I'm going to do it like... Actually, I'm going to add one more. You can have one more. No, I'm going to have a different one. Flax, how many do you have? You have only one. You can take another one. There you go. So, let's get the gates sorted. And the fencing. How much sticks do we have? 404. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's double do. That's fine. Okay, so these here. Then you take the one that's not connected. Okay, this one. You can go. Don't need slow speed. Ta-da! And this one I'm leaving for the connection point. When they're done here, then I'm taking away this middle section here. It's quite a few to do, so it's not going to be done in Swift. But that is totally fine and dandy. Ta-da! These have connection, and as soon as these they have connection, that means I can take these as well. Saving even more repair materials. The reclaim they get from these is like 1/3 of the materials, or a bit less, but it's better than a kick in the teeth. Yeah. How are we doing with the food? Okay, so peas are still going strong. Yeah, flax are coming along, and the wheat grains are good. So we still have almost 800 wheat left. Right. How are you guys doing with the fencing? Yeah. Ta-da, 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 ta-da. All done and dandy. Excellent. Right. So this one belongs to... Yeah, so you are going to do peas. And your other one is also going to be peas. Ta-da. And you two are already sorted. So nice. So hopefully this will help out to stress a lot less, and also to avoid the wild produce being so eaten into, because we do need a good backup system, and the wild produce has to be that backup system. So when we see that things are going titty up, just chalk up your wild produce and even your amount of gatherers doing it. Oops. Oopsie daisy. The connection point is there, so that is the last one I should take. No, we can't take more. How many are we? We're 178. It's so much to do when the groups are upping up so much. Oh, dude. Are you imbecile? No, you are not. Why are you not imbecile or butterfingers? Oh, I just checked her, didn't I? Duh. Nope. Well, here goes nothing. We now have 183. Lord! How are we gonna do this? How are we gonna make this? The increase is insane. I barely have enough time to feed the ones I already do have, and then there's more. Okay, so you are the last one. You can be removed. You guys need to be repaired. And that should be it, isn't it? Of those I need to get connection with. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Looks good. Looking good. Excellent. Okie dokie. So I'm not really used to accepting all the migrants. I haven't done that in a very long time. So I need to get used to how to save my tribe. It's seemingly every summer or every spring I have to save my tribe again, upping the fishermen and upping the wild produce. It's a little bit frustrating that you can't rely on the temperature to get an accurate count every harvesting season. Because although it doesn't necessarily need to lack a lot, but it could lack enough so that your precarious balance is thrown off. And then you do have famine incoming, you do have too little materials incoming, blah, 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 blah. And the constant change in your groups, the adjustments and the finicky parts of micromanagement basically is being so increased. When you have this constant influx of new people, nothing will last. You know, from one year to the next, you need to have a ton of changes. You need to change absolutely everything. So, and then you need to also get the materials needed for all these changes. And if you get even the balance a little bit wrong, then you end up a little bit like I sometimes do, that you have a little bit too little straw or a little bit too little reed. So yeah, it is precarious, but you can always row yourself for shore if it's only materials that is lacking, because that is not important. The most important part is always food. So when you have the situation where you have done some calculations a bit wrong, or the temperatures have messed you over a bit, just put any building that needs repair on pause and focus on food. That's all you need to focus on. People will fine with sleeping out in the open for a few days, or even a week, or whatever, several sleeps, it's fine. Don't worry about that, always focus food. Pause everything else. Even redo your groups to only do food, doesn't matter. Pause everyone who's doing materials and just make them do food instead. That is how you survive. Not by making sure there's always 500 straw in camp when people are starving to death. There's no point. Just making sure that they're all connected here. Yeah, we should be... I don't dare take away this one, because it seems to be connected with this one. I'll just leave it. Right. It does look alright, but we shall see if we get animals in there. We shouldn't, but it could happen. Sometimes I miss a little bit, like everyone else can do. Okay, I'm gonna get up more of these. How many? I stopped, didn't I? I only made one. So I'm gonna take it back to let her do more. Let's see, is it this one? It is you, yeah. You can get more of those. Yep. See, where are they? You're done. You could be a support group. Oops. Support. You are 50. You are 750. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Leave it like that. Almost there. So close. I don't really need these to support these. Just get the stones done and get it over with. And he's now put down to max. That means he doesn't have too long left. He has 11 sleeps left. Okay. And 52 elderly. 83 adults. I do have a lot of elderly, don't I? But why did you have a skull on you? Are you a newborn? A weak newborn? Did you guys see that child with a skull on it? I'm gonna see when it comes back out. Because if a child is born with very weak grades, when his mom lets him out, he could still be weak, and then he will have the marked for death symbol, that if he doesn't get proper love and care, he might die. So where did he go? Where did the child go? There he is. Let me see what's wrong with him. Yeah, it is because he's frail. He's super weak. Look, it's minus 41. So let's see how old he is. He's 2, so he's just been let out. So, okay, one more sleep, and then he should be strong enough to fight death. Because when his fitness turned over 10, then the skull will go away. It signalizes that I have become strong enough to not be marked for death anymore. So just keep an eye on the children who have these to make sure that they get a good sleep and enough food. Rationing should not be on if you have a child that is born weak. Just let them work their fitness up. So tomorrow or so, after a good night's sleep, the skull will go away. It can look very morbid, you know, barbaric, that a 2-year-old has a skull, but it is actually a warning to us. to be aware that this child is in dire need of proper nutrition and rest. I'm going to put a star on him so we can see when he becomes better. But he has other good grades. You know, he's a friendly child and he's a determined child. He can do a lot in his life, you know. Look at him eating bread. That's great. Yes, you are too young to work. I know. So where are you sleeping? I hope it is one of these. No, it is one of those. That's fine. See? Where is his skull? Gone. Like I said. Because now his fitness should be 10. And when they reach 10, then the skull goes away. So now just remember, if you are going through a famine, he is likely the first one to die. So let's not have a famine. Hysterically trying to not have a famine now. Can't have famine. Okay, I don't need both of you. I only need one. And I don't need both of you. And you are fine. And I don't need you. There you go. So guys, that should sort us for next as well. And we have 56 bread. Damn, did I assign it to someone? No, it's just people have a lot of free time. Don't mind that at all, do I? Okay, they are 761. That means I can open up this one because we have a lot of read. The reed is still precarious because we only have it from either tall grass or the rivers, so staying sedentary is only possible up until where the locality is no longer able to provide you enough reed to keep up your storehouses or your round houses. When it comes to that point, you can remove the roundhouses and only keep what is absolutely necessary of the storehouses, but it's kind of a hardship that you don't really, you know, you don't have to do it. Just migrate, you know, migrate and start building an even better place. You know, there's plenty who enjoy doing that above staying sedentary. They want a fresh start all the time, build new stuff, build it differently, have different layout, try to make it more beautiful, etc., etc. There's a million things to do differently for each and every tribe. So don't think that you have to stay sedentary. Like I keep saying, there is nobody supervising us. We can do what we like, good or bad. Okay, let's see that there's still no animals intruding on our farmlands. I get so annoyed when I miss a gap somewhere that I should have seen. This is a little bit bob because it's going a little bit into the water, and when it goes a little bit into the water, it is not guaranteed to be safe. Can you see it? It's a tad into the water. That makes me nervous. Wonder if I should overlay for sure. One more. Can't harm. I just hope they can reach it. They might not be able to reach it. Okay, so that's one more. And you are good to go. There's a tree trunk that needs to be cropped as well. How are we doing with those? Yeah, 600, and now these are needing repairs. That's fine. Yeah. I need to keep a better eye on this because I can't have it haphazard like I did earlier. Need to get back into how it is to have a constant increase in population and then do what you should do. Increase everything, adjust everything. Or like Gordon Ramsay says, taste everything. He do say that, doesn't he? He always says that to his students or in any competition. Taste everything. And sometimes he looks at them and said, "Did you taste this?" Then we know something is wrong most of the time. Did you taste this? Well, he's not everybody's cup of tea, is he? Because he does have a brusque and blunt personality. But you know, you always know where you have him, you know? There should be no insecurity about where he is. You will always know where you have him. Good or bad. Okay, so we are closing up to 200, so I think it is prudent now to build more storehouses. I'm just going to wait till I have enough housing for everyone. And these should really be in the front, but it is what it is. People will use them anyway because I build by need and not just chalking down to chalk down. If there are people sleeping in the open, I will make huts, and the huts will be used no matter where they are. So how are we doing with the food? It's starting to go really low, isn't it? 180, so I have another 3 days or so with food. I am going to be a bit smart and up my fishermen again. Because they've had like a small year to replenish. I'm leaving my hunters on the boars only. They are on boars, right? Yeah. Maybe I can put them on the hares as well. So that my people are not going on the hares. There you go. Go get them hares, dude. Right, let's get this done. I can, in theory, take away, and I will take away the restrictions on the wheat grains, because there's plenty wheat grains. So I'm also going to temporarily up my wheat, because you guys have first those two, and then you need to go do this one. So you should divide yourself a little bit better than you're doing. But I guess it's because I just changed from 12. And yeah, at least they are all working on it. On all of them, which is exactly what they should. I mean, you have 2 as well, but you can just stay, because you have managed to till both your fields in less than 3 days. So you're doing good. You don't need more people. So you might have to change around the amount of people depending on how well you see they work, because they don't all work the same way. They don't all work as well as each other. Some are slower, some have clumsy, some have, you know, intellect reducing grade, and some are, you know, weak and need to, you know, have a break more often, because they stop and they go away from the field, and then they, you know, wipe their forehead, you know, because they're tired. So that also counts. If you have a group of 12 and half of them are weak, you will have a hampered workforce. You will have a diminished efficiency. So that is also a reason as well. So the good thing is that they tend to rotate. People tend to rotate in and out of the groups, meaning you will have a fairly even workforce efficiency on all your farms. It's the odd time where you can clearly see that there's too many either weak or clumsy or stupid people in one group, and then you can see in comparison to those that have little of them that the group without them is far more efficient. Normally it's so little that it doesn't really affect the game as such, but there are times where you can clearly see, okay, I need to redo the group or force everyone out and then wait a bit and then take up the spots again, and hoping that there's a bit more divided. So yeah, there's a few ways you can cheese the game a bit and manipulate it to get it a bit more the way you want it, or the way perhaps you meant it. It doesn't always go the way you want it though. Okay, so repair this one quickly, guys. Don't have time for this. They need to survive. They will survive there now, so I don't need to force them over here. Because it's just, let me see, 1 or 2 sleeps, then go into March, and then the beat would like some attention. Okay. Oh, there's another new one there. Look. Another one sprouting up. Excellent. That's exactly the way it should be. Right, so keeping the balance, you can see there's plenty needing repairs because we're going down and down on the straw. How are we doing with sticks? You cannot be sloppy with sticks, because if you have these types of fences and they go too far down in need of repair, they will become broken. And when they are broken, animals will come in. And it's all hell is going to break loose trying to get them out when you have as many farms as we do. Especially when you have them all connected only on one side. If you had them closed in into each other, like 2 and 2, and then all closed around, sure, not that bad. But we have it open all the way around. They can run all the way around and have a proper feast on absolutely everything. So, yeah, always have enough sticks. If you are going to pause something because you're lacking materials, pause the huts, pause the objects. That's it. Pause objects and huts. But, yeah. Need sticks. Stones are probably the best to use, that need the least maintenance and takes a lot longer before they actually do need maintenance. Unfortunately, it collides with my want to make monuments, so I stick with the wood fences. I mean, 188. Oh god, we're going to be 200 soon. It's going to be so hard to keep people alive. It's almost impossible to keep people alive after so many years. Oh no. Let me see. I am going to add more as well, because we are probably going to get more people. Let me see. You still need to be done. How many do you guys have? You have 3. I'm going to up your people by 2 more, so you can divide yourself a little bit better. Yeah, this one is as well, but you belong to... Who do you belong to? You have 3, but actually you have only 2 and a baby one, so you are okay with the 12 you have. Just get started, because it just started with the season that they wanted more work. All my... Let me see, are all of those done? They should all be done now. No, you are lacking a bit. I opened up the pits a little bit too early. But it's either that or people are going hungry, so it is what it is. We have plenty anyway that we have planted down. These I need to keep closed a little bit longer. Let's see how we're doing with... yeah, these are basically... So these are being tilled now. That means it's their turn to be harvested soon. No, planted, I mean. Yeah, you and you and you. Should be alright on those. They should bring in quite a big increase in the food. I'm sure of it. Of course, it doesn't help that we have a lot of elder in the tribe that can't work, so we are losing quite a bit of workforce through there. So there's a bit of a bottleneck there as well. But you know, it's the same in real life as well. We do have a lot of elder people that can't work, and it is what it is. Okay, let's see if she's any better. Yeah, at least 1 notch up should take down some of the idle people. See how far they go as soon as we get set work hours in. still rest time, so there you go. That's good. 25, which will surely help. Without a doubt, this will help. We are low on food though. Yeah, you're probably hungry. Yeah, you are eating bread though, so don't have too much to complain about. So I've maxed out my fishermen as well. I just need people to come home with food. It's a little bit too early for the rose hips, isn't it? Yeah, we might go into a famine here. So I need to pause and redo my groups. So we have none of those. So what I'm going to do is put these on non-limit. And I'm going to pause these. Just for a short amount of time though. I'm going to take down to a bare minimum. At least on those that are supposed to be done. So you are basically done. They need to go get food. This is one way to try to avoid any insane famine. Water hunter's fine, and then I'm gonna put everyone to gather more food. You don't need a limit on that. No, you're okay. Yeah, you're good. You guys can take a break. Yeah. And you guys can have added. And you guys are empty anyway because there's not enough people for you. Let's see if I can save a few here, because there will be some that is very weak. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Too weak to survive. But it is what it is. Try to find the balance. Year 19 with almost 200 people, it is difficult, goes without saying. Especially when you are idiotically accepting everything of migrants, you will have this issue. And you just don't have you don't have enough time to get the farms you need up and going in order to keep everyone alive. If you want to not use too much of the wild produce, you end up in situations like we just did. We had someone not managing to survive. There will probably be more, because starvation is a disease that lasts a long time. Several sleeps it will last. So that's it. Yeah, lost her as well. Fine, I'm gonna lose a few. But you know, going through 20 years without having any famine is just idiotic. That's not gonna happen. Not unless you are AI, artificial intelligence, and you know exactly what you're doing. That's not really gonna happen, is it? God, people are so unhappy. We are gonna lose more people, I think. But at least we are going into rosehip time. Look at them, they're constantly threatening to leave because they're hungry. I know. We're gonna lose a few, but yeah, part of life. If you can't get the balance right, this is what happens. That's another one going. It should soon be over though, because now we're getting in the rosehips. So this is the backup system. You stop dying! Oh my word! Oh, this is difficult! Having almost 200 people after year 19, almost 20. It is hard, let that be known. It's not something you can do while leaning back. takes a lot of work, but it is possible. It is possible. I have done it with several hundred. But then again, I do not accept everything that can walk and talk and crawl of migrants. I am very, very picky, and I force a incremental increase in absolutely everything, not these big insane jumps that we've had to do. We kind of asked for trouble, didn't we? So take lesson from this, everyone. Take lesson. Do not make these decisions without making huge jumps also in your changes. The changes need to be as big as the jump in population. If you don't, this is what you get. So what we should learn till next time is that when we have a big jump in population, we need to very much increase our wild income and have several hundred over winter and over spring before we can again get rose hips, because we need to wait for the farms to be able to produce. So even if we take in 10 people and we add 4 more farms, they are not going to feed anyone for an entire year. Depending on when you are planting, you can also wait almost 2 years before you get any food for them. So you are kind of inviting a famine unless you are having way too much, and then you are not really playing as you should. But if you can save your tribe, go for it. But I would like to do it a bit more correctly, at least for how I like to play, that is. So learn from this. I will learn to, or relearn, because I already did know this. I already knew it was going to go like this. I was kind of hoping I could manage to rely on my farms a bit more, but there's been a little bit bob things happening. And I certainly did not expect to have like 4 migrant groups a year. That's insane. Super insane. It's not viable at all. Damn it. Yeah, I hope you are the last one to die now. Come on. Oh, we have a new leader. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, let's see. We're getting the berries. Ask them to do berries as well, because we haven't done them in a while. Look how many there are. Look at all the strawberries. But they are disappearing quickly because people love berries. Absolutely love berries. They are totally nuts for berries. Strawberries. I mean, who isn't? Strawberries are lovely. Are you leaving? Oh, okay, you've had enough. Yeah, you have high will. That's fine. I accept. I have no other choice. So what have we learned? Reckless acceptance of 100 immigrants in less than a few years is not a good idea unless you have overbuilt from start, which of course I have not. I build by need only. So keep in mind that farms take perhaps as long as 1.5 years or even longer before you gain any produce from them. So what you're doing is you're using workforce and materials to prepare for the yield you're going to get, but it won't be overnight. It will take from 1 year or even longer, depending on when you're seeding or when the migrants came. So if you come right after you have harvested everything, or during harvest, or right after planting for that matter, you will lack food in the spring. So then up your wild produce. Don't worry about that you are bleeding it dry. It's either survival or death, and survival is preferable over death. So this is a good lesson. This is what happens if you do not plan well, and if you are just accepting everything you get of migrants. You need to make sure that you can actually feed them. Housing them is not that important. You can do that without any people dying, but the food, that will kill your tribe off. So that has to be always prioritized. Okay, so I think we got control over the worst famine now. I don't dare to check how many we lost. There must be at least 10 we've lost. And people are still unhappy, but they should not have the starvation bowl anymore, or should be on their way out. Starvation can last for days on end. Way too long. bees are swarming. They don't care if we die. They don't care if we starve. Yeah. So there's not much food, is there? It's like hand to mouth every morning. But the majority are okay. You can see that the majority does not have angry faces, which means they are okay-ish. If I was smart, I would do this, but we have incoming food soon. So I'm not going to do it. So how many of the beets are we getting in? Is it only 2? Did I build one over here? I did, but it's not completed. So, but there is going to be a bit from the beets that will stave off any lasting effect of starvation, I hope. See, the straw is a bit low, but don't worry too much about it. The important part is the material for your fencing and food. Don't worry about anything else. So if we can't manage to find a balance with 200 people over 20 years, it means we have reached a soft cap for this locality, and then we have to either migrate or slim down our population because the farms are not yielding enough per workforce we can afford to use in order to stay alive. So sometimes the balance is not achievable. But if you have an okay or normal seed, you should be able to. Of course, you need to make up your mind about what you want to do with your tribe. Do you want to stay sedentary or do you want to migrate? Then you can if you want to migrate regularly, you have free hands. Do whatever you like. If you want to stay sedentary, you need to use your methodology a little bit better. If you don't have a good methodology, you tend to have a lot of mistakes made or a lot of things that is not being done right, and something will suffer. But at least you have a little bit more insight now into how you can row things ashore, because if you always remember that food is number one and rest has to wait, then you will be okay. But it is difficult to go above 200 after year 20 in the same locality. It is very difficult, and it takes so little to break the balance that you have that famine is not a stranger to anyone. It shouldn't be a stranger to anyone because everyone has been there, done that. So not all areas has an obtainable balance when you have this high population and staying so long. Okay, so the first beets have started coming in. Yep. There's only a few now that are unhappy and thinking about leaving. But now we're going to have more angry faces because they don't want to sleep outside. And that is 10 times preferable to people being angry because they are starving. So let's be very clear about that. Okay, so I think we're in control over the famine, the small famine. That was a baby famine, just let that be known. I have seen people losing like half their tribe in a famine. So if we lost roughly 10, I'm okay with that. I don't dare to check. I don't want to go look. I don't want to look. I don't want to know. I hate losing people to famine, but it had to be done, didn't it? Because we need to see what happens if we are just accepting migrants group after migrant group. It is just not plausible. We cannot force farms to produce food before it's harvest season. It is how it is. And since we cannot predict when there will be new migrants, how are we going to do it? Are we just going to keep building and building and building until nothing is being taken care of? We can't do that. It has to be a balance between what we are building and what we can actually take care of. I can place down 50 farms, sure, but how many will be taken care of? You need to think that as well. You need to think workforce input versus yield outcome. Because there's no use using the entire tribe on 50 farms that will bring nothing in. No point, 0 point. We have to be smart. But of course, experimenting like we are doing now with accepting all the migrants is a good way to learn, isn't it? Because then you learn what you cannot do, and you also learn how you can row yourself ashore. If you've had a really bad year, if you've been in a bit of a famine, then you can row yourself ashore by doing some of the things that I do, or even your own method. If you find a better way, sure, whatever works. So some of the people are sleeping out in the open. That's why they are a bit bob, to be honest. But they will have to be. Now they're gorging in the beetroots. As soon as those two are emptied, I am going to lock them down so they can be overflow security area for when this one needs repairs, which is going to be sooner rather than later. Oh, and this one is difficult when they're taking away so much of the workforce. But it is congruent, I'm afraid. Although nobody lived, there was 70 back in those days. I'm pretty sure about that. And certainly not in the Mesolithic. No way, did they live that long. Just wait for more of the straw before we start opening up. Yeah, you can be as unhappy as you like. We need to get food before we get sleeping arrangements. But everybody is hungry because there's not a lot of food to go around still. There's only a few sleeps and then we get hazelnuts as well as the rose hips. Why is there a piece of fencing right there? What? Oh yeah. No, I put it there because I wanted to save the bushes. I was a little bit confused in the dark. Like, why is there a fence right here? Okay, no, I see it. It's all good. Goodness me. Okay, so the beets are only a few left, and then they are done. But they help with the famine, so this is why beets are so important, because they will help you to stave off a bad famine when the wild produce is no longer coming in, or any kind of, oh, what is that? Is that leftover beets? Yeah, it's okay. It will be eaten up. It's not like it's going to go bad. No way. They are going to gulp it up. So until we get increased yield from the farms, and until we perhaps get more critical material either respawn or trading, we cannot stay sedentary. And the soft cap for a locality like this is roughly 200 population with 20 years or so same place. So if you get to 20 years with roughly 200 population as your max, you have done it right. Then you have roughly reached the soft cap. If you are migrating regularly, you can be many hundred. Many hundred. But yeah, sedentary is roughly 20 years with up to 200 people. You are, of course, needing to be calculating your seed as well. Your seed could be extremely good. You could manage to live 25 years, same place, and have 250 people. Or you can manage not even manage 10 years with 150 people. So there's a bit of a wiggle way there. Oh god, I thought it didn't have a gate. I was like, what the heck was the gate? So yeah, keep that in mind. It's not all about smart play. There is a soft cap of what you can manage as well. So sedentary lifestyle, no matter how much we want it, is not quite on the table yet. But we kind of already knew that, didn't we? We kind of already knew. Because there are still materials that are not renewable in the amounts that we actually do need them. So there's that. Because there's no way we are going to run an efficient tribe of 200 people after year 20 anywhere without proper tools. It's just not going to happen. Impossible. Of course, if you have 50 people, sure. 200? No. That is a big no. Big no. Okay, so let's get some more wild produce in. Why is there so little coming in? Are we not going to tip over soon to... No, we still have a few sleeves before we get hazelnuts. So I'm just going to leave my fishermen exactly as they are. They're going to stay on 21 and just mass fish. Well, we have no choice, do we? We've just come out of a famine. We are balancing on a famine constantly. But this also means that now that people are no longer constantly going around with starvation, I can ration them a little bit. I should do that just for a short while at least. At least till the hazelnuts start coming in. But people are dancing, so it's not too bad. There's a few unhappy faces, and quite a few has to sleep out because I've paused those that needed repairs. And now there's 85, so this one will take half of those. Just waiting, like we're watching the wheat grow because we want it to be ready to be harvested. We so desperately need it. The good thing we have Baileys though, seriously. What would we do without Baileys? Just saying. I have been sipping my Baileys through hardships. We should all have some kind of comfort, whether it's a bit of food or a good drink of Baileys or whatever you choose. It's, we are grown-ups, we can do it. At least us grown-ups can do it. If you are very young, no, not so much. Don't do it. Oh, don't do it. Hot chocolate. I wouldn't mind hot chocolate, actually. That's quite nice. Yeah. Oh, yes. Now we're going to get wheat as well. Look, we have 49 bread, 48 bread. Good. Excellent. Right. So now that I think we are in control of the famine, now I'm going to go see the damage. We had 183, didn't we? We had a few births and a few have died from old age. 170. Okay, we lost 12. If we then calculate a few births and a few old people dying, so it is roughly 10, like I thought it would be. It is not the worst, you know. It's not the worst. We did lose perhaps the boy that was born very weak. Very likely did we lose him, poor parents. But that's the way it went for us, I'm afraid. So where are those? Yeah, I'm gonna start saving those. And I don't need to start saving those. I'm going to lock down these for whenever they come and are ready. And there are still beets. Okay, so I think we have a generation of people that don't love beets anymore, because you can see they're not beelining for all the beets anymore. They are basically enjoying the other food as well, which is this is great. I mean, it couldn't be any better, could it? Because I've been constantly complaining that they are always after the beets. So yeah, that is a good thing. Nothing bad at all. Nothing bad. Let's see. There are a few with unhappy faces. What is your problem? Yeah, well, you are grade dependent. You are grade dependent. You don't like the fireplace for sleeping. I accept. That is fine. And fireplace for sleeping. So we have no more of people who are having any kind of residual hunger. And the reason you are too weak to work is because you probably were. No, you're pregnant. Never mind. Pregnancy, boom, with your fitness. Look, minus 46. Are you serious? How? How do you lose that much fitness when you're pregnant? It's the other way around. You become a tiger. Seriously? Oh, dude. Do you know, it's just weird. You're not invalid when you're pregnant. Let's get that very clear. There's no invalidity. You are just as capable. It's just when you are extremely pregnant in the end, you might be a bit slow and walk a bit funny. And you wee-wee all the time, you know, and that's... and your tits are hurting, and that's it. That's it. We are not invalid, I promise. I know for a fact all mothers agree with me. There is no way that our fitness reduced by like 41 out of 100 because we are pregnant. There's a no way, Jose. Not accepting it. Nope. Moms are tigers. From the start of pregnancy until the day they die, they are tigers, and that's how nature intended it, and that's how it is. I will argue this up and down the walls until the day I die. Oh. Okay, so we managed to only lose 10 people through that time, and I'm happy about that. I was worried there were gonna be more, but you know, I kind of knew going into it, deciding that I should accept all migrants, that we were going to have our asses handed to us at least one point or another, because it is not smart to do so unless you have prepared for it. If you are preparing for it, then you can get away with it, but you need to remember that farms are not instantly giving you the harvest you need to feed another 20 people, or 40 in our case, or now 70. You know, so keep in mind that you need to calculate that they should be kept alive, the new people, for an entire year before you get enough income to sustain the amount that you accepted. So this is what we have learned, so we need to remember this. It is tempting to just build and build and build, but you need to have the workforce for it, otherwise things will suffer, as we have seen. So how many do we have? We have 229. I can open you. I'll do one at a time so I don't steal away too many people, because they will all flock to do the repairs. So let's be smart about that as well. So there's no more wheat now. Oh no, there's a few, and also some from the wild, but you see there's an okay amount of wheat, but not the same amount we actually had. We had over 1,000 last year, but this time the temperature did not necessarily stay around what was the best growth temperature for wheat. So I'm kind of hoping that something else will pick up that slack. because they like different temperatures, all the crops. They don't all like the same. But wheat is the one who love heat the most. They love it the warmest, at least from what I have seen when I've been playing it. It doesn't mean that I've tested all the areas, because that's going to take like years to do. But in a whole, the southern parts of Europe with wheat has the best yield, because it is the warmest, and wheat seems to really thrive there. How are we going with this one? Only lacking a little bit over 200, a little bit under 200. So yeah, and let me see, do I need to close you down? No, I don't. You, I will keep close. And look at people not emptying the beets anymore. I'm a bit shocked. It's like the entire generation that came after the previous one has not got beets on their number one for preference for food. They seem to be rather fond of the beans, though, the peas. You know, I'm going to have to rename it to bean peas. To pea beans. They are going to be pea beans, because I'm going to call them beans or peas interchangeably, aren't I? Now that I've started. Oh, but you all know what I mean. Oh, look at when you're sleeping out still. Okay, let me see. Are you done with repairs? How about you guys? Did I pause any of you? Yeah, I pause you. I'm going to do you. You are on 138. That's not bad. So I'll wait till that one is done before I do next. Just got to keep an eye on the food, because now we have also, this is sleep 2 of when we had these, and I put people to harvest on these to get out of the starvation. Okay, so that one is good. That means I can do this one now as well. So I need to remember to take them down at some point when we have plenty. So you can see there's starting to be really good amounts now, and varied amounts. People can choose different things, and this is how they like it best. This is how we should try to have it all the time. But of course, you can't do it all the time. It's just not going to happen. It's just not always in your control. You are very much in the hands of nature here, and that's just the way it is today as well, isn't it? Except with factory farming, which we never want to have. We might do, though, if we have a shed load of people. We shall have to see. Take it as it comes. But yeah, slow and steady wins the race, guys. Remember that. Let's chill a bit on the migrants. I hope I don't get any migrants, because I have issues saying no. But you survive well if you do things much more controlled than we did now in this session. Because I wanted to show how it would go if we just accepted everything that could walk and talk, and it didn't go super well. It could have gone a lot worse, absolutely a lot worse. We only lost roughly 10 people, but I would prefer to never have lost anyone, because that's how I like to play. It feels like a bit of a downturn losing people to famine, because you know you could have avoided it if you played a little bit smarter. But of course, if you don't know quite how to do things, then it's a good idea to not only watch me, of course, but to watch others as well, to get inspiration from them and see how they do things and solve things. Because there are plenty out there who are playing the game and putting it on YouTube, and then you can see from them how they are doing things as well. I will always have first-hand information, though, and be the first to have the information. So that is a plus on my side, which makes me have more insight than other players, because I have access to information that others do not. So that is a big plus that I have. A small cheat on you guys, I'm afraid. Okay, so there's the last of the wheat also coming in, and probably from the wild too. So there's a okay amount of wheat, and people are actively using the threshers. So we can see that they are ready. When you see the cog, it means they have produce and they are ready to be worked on. Lovely amount of breads as well. I do like when the amount of bread is increasing. It's nice. It's nice having a a really varied menu that you can offer your tribe members, and they seem to really thrive off it. They are really happy when there's plenty places you can get different types of food, not only the same one. They are very much like us today, you know. The devs have managed to do that so well. With randomness, can you believe that? Randomness is causing this to happen so well. It's a little bit perplexing, to be honest. That's what we are. We are random. Nobody is the same. Right, so we have plenty food. Oh god, did I remember to put down the rationing? I did. Oh, shoo. Because that would have hindered my kids to grow the way they should. I would like to finish this one, so I'm going to go to the support group that I placed. Oh, you only have these. Why are you not having more stone then, guys? Why are you slowing? Probably because the stones are over there in South Africa. They have to walk for years to get it. Dude, this is not that far off. Why are you not picking up more of these? I'm gonna go spy on them. Are there many stupid people here? No, you're weak. Yeah, you're a bit of everything. You shouldn't be there. You shouldn't be there. You should do some tanning or something. No, you should manage fine. You should manage fine. Yeah. So the more of the grades of traits that you have in the group that is not good, you will have a little bit hindered progression or hindered efficiency, but not so much that it's actually ruining the game. That is rare. Very, very rare that happens, because the system normally picks for suitability as well when they give a task to someone. Are you better suited than the other one? Then you get it. Or are you closer and better suited? Then you get it. You know, there is a certain method to the madness, I promise. It's not all completely hobbledehoy. No, they are carrying directly to it, aren't they? Because last time we checked it was 409, 4809, now it's 4815. So they are slowly but surely coming home with the materials they need to build. Who else do I have on pause here now? Oh yeah, you're on pause. And I'm gonna wait. Oh, this one has been on pause a long time, hasn't it? I forgot about it. How far down are you? Oh, you're down to 97. It's not too bad. Not that bad. So these are locked now because I need the amounts that they have. I don't get why they're not eating up the pieces, because there's so much else goodies. Like bread, you know. Oh, I can probably go down a bit on the fish. Give them a break. What do you think? Get down 4 with the amount of people we have. All them nuts. These nuts. Oh my goodness, can't believe I said that. I'm too old for this shit. Oh, brothers. What are we lacking now? We are just getting the last of the peas in, also from the wild. And the last of the rose hips are basically rotting away because they should stop now. So they will be very decayed, whatever comes to the camp now. But we have a lot of other foods. So this one can be stay locked, this one and then this one. I think I'm going to take this one too, just to be sure. Because there's not much left otherwise. See, you are 160, yeah. Right. Let's see how you are doing. You can stay where you are, you're good. You're supportive. You're okay. You are supportive. You shouldn't, yeah, you should. I'm going to take you away so you can focus on sticks, because they are going a little bit low, below 200. Okay, the rest can stay supportive, because that seemed to work well. I'm going to leave the roots on unlimited as well, because the amount is not over the top, which tells me that we're getting away with what we're doing without overtaxing anything. Okay, you have 50 left. Okay, so I need to wait a bit, because these two needs more than 50 each. Yeah. I'm going to do this one afterwards as well, so everyone has a place to sleep. We have plenty farms at least now, so we should be doing better. Better and better. So there's no dance on roses taking care of a large tribe for 2 decades in the same area. I can tell you that. And everyone who's playing with me now and have managed to stay in the same area, you will testify to the same. It is at times a nightmare. Absolutely. And then you have logistics constantly working against you, because you have to go further and further away to get the same amount. In the end, you have to use so much workforce, you just can't do it anymore. It won't work, because there is no way people are going to get home enough materials to keep up everything you need to keep up, when they have to spend the majority of their work hours to reach the area where the resource is. That goes without saying. Okay. Nice. I accept a loss of 10-ish people to famine, because it was a brutal wake-up call to anyone who keeps doing this mistake, just accepting and accepting without having the the tribe ready for it. We learn by mistakes, we learn by failure, we learn by experimenting. This is all good. Get repaired now. We want the breads. 400. Okay, so I can leave those open, because that's enough. Yeah. Excellent. Some of the fences need repairs as well, but it's not all of them, of course, which is good. Which is fantastic. Uber. I believe we still have beets. What the heck? I'm going to get some speed into building the monument. No, I can't. I already taken it away from them and given it to tribe. I forgot I did that. But all these are done. Have you guys finished your squircle? Or are you still on the last one, same as me? But most importantly, did you guys accept all your migrants? Or did you perhaps not have any migrants? Or did you just have like one group, so you're far ahead of me? No famine in your area at all? By playing silly like me? Look at the train. Look at it. We need Benny Hill music. Come on. We need to see them running on the train like. Oh, dude. If I could play the Benny Hill music, I would, but it would be plagiarism or copyright infringement, so I don't dare to do it. Oh, well, that was funny. But that's what you get when you have a lot of people going to the same place. Yeah, the bees are gone now. They are hibernating or something. How are you guys doing? You are 314. I can take you, and as soon as you're done, I will do you. Unless the amounts have gone too far down. Oh no, look at the wheat. It's about to be decayed away. Guys, chop chop. Get work done. Seriously. Okay, there's a lot to repair now. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I need to have the groups working as well. Get it done, girls. Okay, so I can use you now for wheat because you are done for the season. So that means we can use them for wheat instead. I just need people to actually do it. Take them into pits so they last longer. We're going to lose some of the wheat, aren't we? We are, maybe. Oh, maybe not. But now they're going to start doing the tilling of the wheat again. We are in year 20, so I just want to wait till this one is done. Lacking 145. And I also do want to build this one. But the workforce is precarious. So I might be able to squeeze in another session from year 20 to year 25 or so. But we cannot go any further above 200. Because we have seen what happens if we don't have enough farms. I am going to try to mass build a bit more, like at least 4 more farms, to see if I can sustain a little bit more and try to go above 200. But for now, there is actually a soft cap, and also based on your locality, of course. You could manage a few more, and you could also easily manage less. So if there is no balance to be obtained, then there's nothing else we can do, and then we need to stop at where a balance is being broken. So there's that. We can't play on having thousands of people. That's not going to work, is it? Not going to work, because there are diminishing effects on absolutely everything in the game still, even though we are supposed to be more or less sedentary. So we are more or less sedentary, but only up to a certain point. Then we cannot be sedentary. So if you manage 20 years, close up to 200 population, then you have reached the soft cap. Then you are a great player. Then you're doing it right, Bob. Okay, all my fences are still going strong. I don't have any animals coming in to steal anything. So the animals are not so interested in us now that they can't come steal our food. So how many are still sitting out? Ooh, spooky. Yeah, that's quite a few. I'm gonna get this one. I just make sure nothing else needs repair. That one needs 40-ish. We have 249. Yeah, we should be alright. There you go. What are you lacking? We don't have rope. Have we spent too much rope? Oh, for heaven's sakes, I paused them. Dude. I forgot that I paused my crafters. What in the actual F, Lily? Why do we not have ropes? Now I know. Yeah, ropes incoming. See what support group is it that is doing. Yeah, that support group is paused. Now you can take care of those. They have one straggler group. That's gonna lose a few members now, but that's fine, fine and dandy. Just want this one to get done. Not far off now. But yeah, we managed 20 years, same locality. A few bob situations, but nothing we couldn't handle. Had loss of roughly 10 people. Do you not have enough tools? No, you lack tools. Yeah. So all in all, not too bad. We did have 183 before we started to lose people because they were too hungry. And some left before they became that bad anyway. So some to migration, or some to leaving, and some to starvation. But now, oh gosh, look at the roots. I need to calm the roots. Seriously. I'm only 300 roots, dude. This support group, it shouldn't really have the same amount, but I do not want another famine. If we are going to play longer on this one, then I want to make sure that it's set up right. Yeah, we have 500 sticks, that's why there is nobody on the sticks. Support group, you are not needed, I think. No. And you guys can remove that. But you guys are the only ones who are free at the moment, so you can yo-yo all you like. It's all good. Oh, I put these on, didn't I? Just allocate them back. Right, can we avoid the famine? Now that is the big secret. So if there is no new patch or new release coming week, that means I will have time to do another session, part 7. So we're going to try to do it from 20 to 25. I cannot guarantee we can actually manage to stay sedentary that long. If we want to stay sedentary, we cannot go above 200 population. It just isn't going to work because it's a soft cap. We can't do anything about it. But I will try to add more farms and see if I can get away with it. I could get away with it, you know. I could be really lucky and get away with it. Maybe. Maybe. I'll put them all to 8. You have 1 flax farm, you're not getting more. You should have 8. Oh, you have 10. Gosh, not getting it right. How many do you have? You have 2. You can have 8. That's fine. Okay. So lacking tools, but they are building tools now. The crafters are all busy. Right, not much left now. Lacking tools, I assume, yeah. Well, you have to fight over what we have. Okay. So this is the only thing we're waiting for now. Getting the last monument done. It's certainly big enough now, isn't it? All the wild produce is gone now. So we're relying on the last of the roots. So they're finally starting to eat up the beets, I think. Yeah, so we can lock them down for next time. Oh, so if the patch is coming out next week or so, then I will not have time to make another session. Well, I have kind of reached what I really wanted to reach, which is 20 years same locality with close to 200 population. So I hope that you guys have learned a bit from me and also have a few tricks up your own sleeve to sort things when they go a little bit titty up, because they do that from time to time for everyone. And just make the best out of it. But most important, to never give up. Never give up. And play incrementally, play by need, and do it bit by bit. Rome was not built in a day. So yeah, now we're just waiting for this one to complete, and then I will finish this session. It has been rather long, hasn't it? Many hours have been spent on this tribe. On a bumblebutt. What kind of names do you guys have? Are you having a bum fetish? Is it just me? Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Okay, so I still lack this one to be done, because there are still people who are sleeping out in the open. Yeah. It's a lot of farms, isn't it? A lot of farms. Maybe I should have added more sticks, I almost said, or more fine sticks, so we could keep up a ton of torches as well. But they do cost fine sticks to build, but they don't cost fine sticks to repair. They only demand sticks to repair, so it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Let's open up a little bit. You can be opened. There you go. Almost there with those. just let them work a bit in peace. Almost there, almost there. Look at that. But each one of these, how much do these take? I've already forgotten how many it takes. Is it 1500? No, 1008, 2, 3, 8. 8,000 plus 5. That's 13,000 stones in 20 years. Only done by 3 people. Cannot complain about that. Well, I can, but it wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be justified. That's the beets being done. So that means that the wheat is already done. That means I can take away that. Now the beets are going. They're almost done as well. Why are you hungry? Is there not enough food? Should be. I'll take away these to let people eat. That should help out a bit. That is it. We just managed to complete the monument, and it's just in time for harvest of the beets. I would like to thank everyone for joining me on this crazy journey with or without Baileys to help. It has been real fun. It also shows how quickly it can go really wrong if you're not always on top of absolutely everything you're doing. And it is a lesson to everyone that you should do things slow and steady and not rush into anything, especially not accepting a lot of migrants that you can't provide for. This is alpha and omega. If you cannot provide, do not accept. So just keep that in mind and you will be fine. I shall be making new videos very soon. It will be a playthrough, of course, of the next patch that coming out, which is Belief. And I'm looking forward to do it because that is an excellent patch and I can't wait to have it out in public. Thanks a lot, guys. Until I see you again, have fun and take care.